So, we should be live now, if not very shortly here. Plan is to take Mercenary from Fledgling to Hero, as well as probably craft the True Greatsword of Time. Very lucky that I was checking right before the stream to see if I could get the monster crystal or whatever it is. And we did or at least I was able to successfully obtain it right before the stream because I joined a random online lobby and they happen to have the crystal behemoth there, so we just did that really quickly. I was going to actually potentially start the live stream while we were in the middle of that, but apparently they just had basically the treasure grove already at the boss room, so that's all we ended up having to do. So basically we're just going to get straight into this and start completing these objectives, and then we'll go on to the next thing, which will be it's ranking up the life, and then eventually we'll get around to attempting to make the True Greatsword of Time. And hopefully we also make it to hero rank. Actually, make something. We're all good now. But yeah, that's the current plan. I was gonna live stream, I think yesterday, and then I never got around to it, so I'm sorry if you guys were hoping for that. Although, we will get one today, and I think I'll be able to do another one tomorrow. We need Cornella, which I think means we need to reset this spot. That's fairly easy to do. And then the other thing we want a Fantasy Life live stream tomorrow, or do we want a random shiny hunt in one of the Pokemon games? I also am thinking that likely when we hit that 250 subscriber goal, which will likely happen within the next week or two if the right things are going, probably within the next week, I'll probably do a Yokai Watch 4 Busters stream. You can see if anyone wants to hop in for that. If it doesn't go to plan, try something else. Also, I guess just do Treasure Groves and Ginnermosia here. That should be all the Cornellas, which was first step there. Red Wolves, yeah, those are night only, so let's get the Black Lilies. And make sure we have all the shirts. Buy them. Get a couple of these. All these are going to be pretty easy, and I mean it's going to be easy for a little while because once again I'm using like borderline endgame gear on a level 1 character, so I mean it's not the most endgame you can get because you could get the True Greatsword of Time, but we're still running pretty late game gear or just doing early quests, so most of these should be relatively easy for a while, and then get more difficult later on. We have another Black Lily over there. We'll just go ride on our mount until we get over there. I guess at some point I should put that poll up about what we're gonna stream tomorrow. We'll also do a mix of a couple different things depending on interest. Although, of course, if we attempt to do a Pokemon Shiny Hunt, that very easily could just coincidentally take the whole time depending on how luck ends up. For a Proto Roller here, and then I think we'll just reset the area because we need to get a bunch of these things. And pretty quickly here we'll be out of Fledgling, which I know this one's, I think, one of the more boring stages to go through just because not really a whole lot going on here, and most of these quests are very easy and you're spending most of your time trying to find whatever enemy you're trying to get. So kind of end up getting through that fairly quickly, and then next area. I guess I should be using the charged attack. I'm gonna end up needing a bunch of those later on. And now we'll just go track the next enemy, which I think most of these are day and night. Oh, I guess we need one more white woolly. And then it's like the kids and toads. Make sure to get that, and we'll flip it to nighttime. I think there's more lizards, but I'm not too worried about that. Actually, I should grab them because they came over here. But yeah, these things are very easy to find, so get them. And now we'll go over to the pulleys. I only think we need like I don't think there's a campfire over here, so we'll just go to Gainer Muzzy and flip it to nighttime so we can get that wolf. Which, this is usually one of the faster ways to do it, just because we can go kind of fast travel to one of the bases, and then, actually, I think while we're here, we'll fast travel over here, I guess. Go check out the shop, just in case the shop's selling something interesting. Which, never know if the shop is selling something interesting, but if it is, we always want to grab that so we're not missing out on anything. He fell in the water. Not that that matters a whole lot, because it's still making it where we need to go. Okay, Don, do you have anything? Pirate mat there, which I don't really care about. We have both the high-flying fish and Poseidon's fin, which I do not need at the moment, although if I did need either of those, it might be worth grabbing them anyways, even though I don't need them, so I think that's what we'll do. Because it never hurts to have a supply of those, so we'll just grab them. Not the most exciting thing, because I don't need them in... Can we kill these wolves? That would just count. Or of these are such a high level that I'm not sure this is a great idea. Despite us clearly having the damage to make this eventually happen. There's like the boss wolf. Maybe this is a bad idea. See if we can sleep until night. Hopefully this de-aggroes them so we don't have to deal with them, and then we'll fight some low-level ones. I mean, I'm not completely opposed to doing those. It's more along the lines of gonna take an unnecessarily lengthy amount of time, so it's probably not worth it. And then now we need to go filter for red wolves. Get our red wolves, and hopefully there's just enough here that I don't have to at the area, but I don't really. I don't do red wolves frequently enough. We probably have more than enough. Now we just go over to the other ones over here to get the final red wolf. Yeah, these are very easy, and then we can get a couple toads. That first area. I'd also probably do the Napdragon, but since we don't need the Napdragon immediately, we will not be doing that. We de-aggro everything, I hope so. Go move over here, take out the lizards, or I guess the frog things. And then we go cash in our points and rank up. Got a couple frogs over here, and a couple more pretty quickly. That's 3 we're tracking on. Faster to find the rest of them. We're over this way somewhere. So we might need to go here and to the other side. there's 3 more frogs over here, which makes this pretty easy to do. And I think now when we turn in the quests, we'll be turning in every single one, which is just more convenient. Mercenary Life Master. But yeah, I am slowly getting down there with how many lives I need to bring up to Heroic. I think it's mostly just crafting lives after this, so... Some of those are pretty easy at this point, other ones are a little bit more annoying because they require you a bunch of rare material crafting that I may or may not have enough of those rare materials. If we get done with some of the stuff quick enough, we can of course look into some of that. Although, we likely won't do all of that in this live stream. Now we have I guess the next set of quests, which we likely have to go kill that Quetzal. Try to do that. Head over to... Actually, I want to go... What skill do we need to... Earthquake? Make sure we have Earthquake before moving on, just because we're going to end up having to use that a bunch of times, and... just start doing that right away is probably better than getting a lot later. I want to see where our points are swapped. Dragon Claw, which will later on. We also have Supercharge, which will be what we end up with first. But those will be our skills we'll have to learn later on, and the sooner we start, getting on top of those, the better, just because we don't want to be put in a position where we suddenly have to do a bunch of those, more so just the super moves, and then it takes forever because you have to do a bunch of damage or kill a bunch of enemies to get that charged up so you can get one use out of it. Like, right now we can get one use of this just instantaneously done, but if we wait until the very end to do that, then we might be stuck later on spamming that a bunch of times without making any progress anywhere else. And I'd prefer not to be making a whole bunch of progress, or I guess, and then get stopped later on by not using something. Kind of just destroy this Quetzal, although not as fast as some of the other lives. Hunter like obliterated this, I think, by the time we got here. Actually surprised we're not doing more damage. Although, I would assume that that'll pick up quite a bit later.
Getting pretty good, right?
Got that, which is basically the easiest one to do early on, and then we have a bunch of other random stuff we need to go to. Island and up forest. Cashmere, Grass Serpent, I think aren't too difficult to find. Head over here, and hopefully we're at the right time to do these. We'll also basically be able to start most of these right away. Okay, so I'll do that one if we can't find them already. We have Pseudo Oak and Wheatling. They are active during the day, so let's flip it to daytime real quick, in hopes that we don't have to go looking for a bunch of things at some house. I guess we could check the house to see if this bed is isn't it a house. So just check the house then. Can we use your beds? No, we can't. I guess I'll do this. You can use your island beds, so that can make things easier. Let's leave until morning. and then we just go back. And now that it's daytime, we should be able to, I think, find everything we need. If not, we'll have to flip again at some other point, but not worrying about that at the moment. So here's our weedlings. Although I guess we need a sweet set over there. Wherever the game says they are. Another weedling here, and here's our killer weedling, which means we're gonna have to reset this area a couple times. That's one, we'll have to go do more resets to get all three of those. So we'll just go teleport back, reset the area a couple times to get that done with. Okay, so now we've done basically 2 weedlings, and we'll get the third one out pretty quickly as soon as we get the last one out here. The de-aggro with the enemies, and now we can go teleport back. And then after that, we do our final teleport. It's immediately get our last weedling out. Okay, let's get in here and do our final swings and take them all out. Now we'll move on to our next objective, which probably is the Kashmir, because I think that's one of the easier ones to do. Because they also spawn in this area. There's also the Golden Kashmir over there. So it all done pretty quickly. This. Be heading over. It's pretty much only got a little complicated from here on out if I need to flip it back to nighttime, but see if that ends up even happening. Probably have to take the golden ones out here. I think I'll have to respawn the Kashmir probably at least. And if we don't, I'll be a little surprised. That's also fine. That does our Y attack too. Double swing. Mirror, let us get you out of here. Now we had to use just the light attacks. There we go, we got one through Gold Mirror out of here. Fight the other one. Keep beating on this Gold Mirror, and eventually we'll take it out. And we can get Earthquake Gold Mirror, get an extra use on that. And we got Green Chest, which really doesn't matter at this point, but not gonna hurt to get an extra Celestia's Gifts. And again, I still need that flying machine, but I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon. That flying machine is, I think, really rare. Might actually be worth pulling the rest of the blueprints out of there and worrying about the flying machine later. Or I guess recipes. I can keep calling them blueprints. But, I mean, they're kind of the same thing, so not that much. And now it's just killing snakes. I guess we have this boat, which also spawn here, and then we'll go down that well where I think like half the enemies we still need are, so makes things nice and convenient that most of the enemies are kind of all in the same spot.
My heart is racing.
Go do that. I'm also kind of just gonna keep rotating our companions, as now I know that we actually need to befriend all 50 of them with max affinity. So we will slowly be working on that, just so I can get the island to rank 10. We likely won't make a whole lot of progress here outside of maybe one set of them here today, just because it takes a while to rank up friendship and affinity on any specific life. I've done all the crafting ones, and currently there's the absurd amount of combat ones I need to do, and then there's a bunch of ones I need to do for like mining, fishing, woodcutting, and farming. I basically didn't touch those at all, as outside of a couple combat ones, I haven't really had a whole lot of utility outside of just spamming all of the crafting ones because they keep regenerating your stamina.
Alright, let's do this.
And now we get to go down here and fight the rest of the enemies that spawn down here. Although there might be a couple more I'm missing that don't spawn down here. I think most of these do. Like these gorillas do. We'll have to kind of just go check through here because some of the gorillas do, and then I think some of the snakes do too, so might be able to knock both of those out at once instead of having to go all over the place. Guess we need the boss one. Maybe we don't want to fight the ones we don't have to. Although, if we can line it up so we can get an earthquake on a bunch of them, it might be worth it, but I think we'll just hit the big target because we know we're going to get that off. If that... we have enough of the other ones down here to do that. We gotta take both of the gorillas out. We've carried these. No, we don't. So we'll ignore the Carides for the moment. And we'll check for grass serpents, which I think we do. Because it's more than one. Okay, maybe we will ignore the grass serpents as well. I think there's a better spot for that then. Yeah, basically just take out the apes. I think we want to check the serpents a couple times because I don't want to just kill one over and over and over again. Let's change the serpents. Engage with the apes. No, it doesn't look like it did, so we'll just fight the apes, then we'll go check the other spots for things. So we're done with those apes. Get this big one out. I think we have to do this one more time, and then we can go find the other enemies. And then once we find the other enemies, we'll just rank up right away because at that point, done. So far I'm surprised there hasn't been any enemy that's too rare on this because some of the other lives I think required rarer enemies than what we're currently encountering. Just because there's kind of some lives that I think require enemies that don't have consistent spawn spots. I also think we want to grab the prairie dragon while we're over here because I think that's basically been a requirement for every single one, and I don't want to come back over here if we can avoid that. I heard you because it looks like we're going to be resetting this a couple times to get all the grass serpents on. Then once we get all the grass serpents, we'll be moving over to wherever the Carides are, which probably are on the opposite side. Then after we take out all the Carides, we'll move on to whatever the... I guess at that point I think we're ranking up, so it'll just be the next area. Outside of, I guess, spamming earthquakes. It's going to take absolutely forever to spam all those earthquakes. It takes a while to charge up each individual earthquake. Now we're 2 out of 4, so we'll reset it again, and very quickly we'll be up to 8 of 8, but I'll have to do this one more time after this reset. I think overall I'll go pretty quickly. That'll be interesting to see how this class performs once you get it fully kitted out. Try using the... I don't think I've done that yet. Faster? Not really. I do kind of like some of the faster attacking other classes at the moment, but this one definitely has its own playstyle. I do hope we can come up with a way to get a really big hit off on this class, because I feel like that's kind of what you're probably going for with these lower attacking class. Although with the Hunter being so fast, it's kind of funny that the Hunter has probably the highest damage output. I guess we'll go check over there. I'm pretty sure we need to go to the other side, but the game's like, oh, I guess you go over there? I don't know. We will check here, and then likely we're going to end up just flying over to the other side, because I don't think there's Carides in here. Yeah, game... Yeah, you know there's no Carides over here. I would have just flown over to this other one. Don't tell me to go this way. Find the Carides over here, and if for some reason there's not actually Carides over here, I guess we do need to go over to the tree, but we can also just fly over to that. There really no Carides here either? Oh no, there are.
Yes.
Head over to that, and we finally have our Carides. So we won't have all of our earthquakes done. We'll be, I think, what, halfway done with that, so that won't matter a whole lot. There are 4 carrots. Oh, I want to use Earthquake on all 4 of them. Let's Earthquake the carrots out of the ground. And they're all out, and I guess we're gonna have to fight the big one because we de-aggroed to reset them. But that's also very great that we're able to do that, just because that lets us, I think, a lot of times those like super abilities will count per enemy hit, not per times used. Sometimes it is per times used, but generally it seems to be how many enemies you need to hit with it or kill with it. Which makes things a little easier than if it was the other way around, where you use it 20 times and you'd be stuck spamming it, and it would always be the last thing you finish. Unless it's something like your charged Y attack, which is very easy to spam over and over and over again. Oh, now we should be complete enough. I mean, I know we're not done with that, but it's fine. Because we can get the next skill unlocked, and then we'll slowly work on that as we're in the next stage of the quest. Oh, I forgot the Prairie Dragon. I guess we'll go back for that because I think we'll have to do it. If not, it's the Gold Mirror, and we already did that, so I guess we'll kind of just wait and see.
What do you know?
Yeah, we get a Silver Claymore that we're pretty much never going to use. Which... Oh yeah, it is the Prairie Dragon, so yeah, we'll just go right back over there and go do that, because... And I think we're completely done with this island, and we're on to the next island. Which, I think on the next island we want to make sure we grab the Ghost Boss, because that has once or twice at least been required for us for progression. And the goal is to not have to go back if we can help it, although if we forget to do something we may end up having to go back anyways. Stuff will be interesting here because we're basically going to be having all combat live set up after live stream here, so I can I guess it'll be a little unfair, but I could make a video just covering how all three of them function, because we'll at least know how all three work. Although damage comparisons I think will be unfair until I get all of them to max full level. Is stat gains, and I don't want to be like, this class sucks, but then if you take it from rank 80 all the way up to 100, it's actually really, really good. So we kind of just see with that. So it probably just makes sense to level things, which may mean that that video will be a while yet, because it takes a while to level everything all the way for that, although I still would recommend you try all classes at some point, because you're going to want that hero rank bonus, so even if you don't play a class a whole lot after you set it up, but you don't have to get the True of Time weapon or anything, we're just doing that because then everything's set up and fully usable, so if anything gets nerfed or buffed at some time, we can immediately flip over to that. We can also just use it if we want to change up something different. So, to have everything set up, I think we'll have that. Next one, I think, will be Dragon's Claw, so we'll just go work over there. Not going to spend a whole lot of points yet, because at some point we will need to kind of maximize our point spends to make sure we can make it all the way up to here. But I want to make sure we have the points to immediately unlock these as needed. The other one we want to do is probably this, so we can get Meteor Crash the second that's available. And then once we get Meteor Crash, it won't matter so much anymore, as literally just need to be spending points on unlocks. We can get 50 unlocks and hopefully still have enough points left to buy the hero upgrade. Especially because that hero upgrade, I mean, even if it doesn't do a whole lot, is still useful to have on all combat classes. And I wouldn't mind having all combat classes set up eventually. Even if we don't have them all set up at the moment. Oh, we have some random chest over here. Random beach watermelon. We'll definitely get this one set up, and then tomorrow we might be grinding out armor, or we might be grinding out the rest of the crafting classes for rank. Which kind of depends on what we want to do, because there's some very cool endgame armor we can try to craft. And it's not required for hitting hero rank on Taylor or any of the classes, but the armor does look cool, so I will try to grab that. Especially because it's like the Mysterious Slate armor and some of that. Pretty cool. Although a lot of that armor is very expensive, and we're basically going to be stuck looking for, I think it's the Heart of Darkness over and over again, because like almost every single piece of that armor requires something that only drops from the Heart of Darkness, so we might be planting a lot of saplings and checking online a whole lot for that, because I don't want to constantly be looking for that too much, although likely when we do that, it'll basically be most of the live stream will just be us looking for Heart of Darkness and mining it, and then looking for the next Heart of Darkness and mining it. And then if we need something else, we'll quickly go grab that, because it's not tied to the treasure grove, and yeah, that'll probably be how that works. It's Sanzard, White Runner's not in here. I have these. Should check for the Greater Sanzard, because I don't want to go through here and not get that, because we will need that one as well, so there's no point farming out a bunch of Sanzards in here. Even if they spawn in here. Get the splash product out of it. Earthquake on. Only got one of them. The awful earthquake. Get our LB up so we that boost. I'll hit a bunch of these. Oh, some of them are glitching out. Now we can't deal damage to them. Maybe we do need to go up here. A bunch of those seem to be bugged out and not wanting to let us do damage to them. I don't want to fight something that's not going to let me damage it. Like all of these bugged out. The team, I'm not going to help with those because I don't think we're going to be able to damage them in the way I want to be able to damage them. Sandsards are kind of not great over here. Some of these might just need to check the oak. Or Greater Sea Beetle. We do have a couple things over here, like the Greater Sea Beetle. Not the rest of the Splash Frogs, and then we'll grab the radishy things. All of those are kind of in the same location, and I think almost everything else is somewhere else. So we'll move over to those other locations once we're done with those. Get this beetle out, and then it's run around and kill the splash frog. Okay, there we go. We finally hit that. Splash frogs, get ready to be earthquaked. Nice. Too bad you moved out of the way. You're not really that lucky. You temporarily avoided being defeated. Let's go get these two. Actually, I guess we don't even need. Well, too late. We already started the charge to attack. I don't want to do gift codes. I mean, I haven't entered any of the gift codes yet, but I also don't need the resources the gift codes give me at this point. I could craft most of them, and if I can't craft them, I could probably get them within a couple of days. Although I guess if it's like a Berserk potion, it might be worth trying to get those from the event. Those are very expensive when it comes to crafting them. Point where I can't really afford those, and probably most other players can't afford them. I don't want to have to go kill a Lord of Death every single time I want to make a Berserk potion. That just doesn't make sense. Especially when the Lord of Death is as rare as it is. If it wasn't so rare, I would probably think a little differently about that, but it is that rare, so just won't be doing those if we don't have to. Sandsard, White Runner, Whitey Shark. Is radish hunting time, I think. Bunch of radishes in here somewhere. Looks like we got multiple sets of radishes this way. And we only really need to take 5 of them out, and then we need to go to the other cave. And up to these. I will definitely say at this point it would be very I mean, we gotta get the charged Y attack yet, but see what that is. Currently, my first impression so far is charged X attack may be extremely worth investing into at some point. Just because I don't want to have to level this one all the way up to level, we will not be prioritizing that at the moment. It really. Or go ahead. That. Where's the ghost in here? Let's do that before we end up having to come all the way back over here because I skipped it. Go to the ghost, and then we'll go to Defensive Cave. You don't know if we actually have to beat the ghost for this class, but if we do, we might as well do it while we're here.
Yay! I did it!
Rather than having to run all the way back through this cave after. Next rank. Especially because I don't really want to come back over here if we don't have to. I'd rather go straight to the depths or to the other cave.
Come on, hang in there!
Or I guess the Cave of Trials. And then I think everything for that final level is pretty much in the dubs anyways, but at least avoid doing that for a little while. And we got absolutely destroyed by that ghost. Kinda came over here and one-shot me. Gonna like knock us out again at this point. It's a better armor, I think. Especially for us being up close in these enemies. Because I don't want to have to take as much damage if I don't have to. Dodge that. Deal some real damage to him, or is he gonna... Oh, yeah. Got a lot of damage. We can Earthquake him at least. And we stunned him, that's always nice. We used all of the Earthquakes we have to use. And he just eat us. Hopefully one of our teammates can res me. And then we'll go beat up the ghost again. So this time, I'll be one-shot him. But again, he didn't have a whole lot of health left after taking all the damage. That's out of the way, and then we'll go to Defensi Cave, and I think everything we all need in there is over there, except for maybe the sharks. Let's see if we can find a couple of the sharks before doing too much of that. Let's just grab this, because we have that bunch. Okay, here's some mighty sharks. So, unlike some of the other enemies, I do think probably just Delroy's kind of a bit of a detour, but a lot of times enemies are just kind of everywhere. So that is not quite what I... Maybe we will just do that. Oh, I guess we have Mighty Shark. Yeah, the goal here is... I mean, I don't care so much about the Stellarids, I think they're awesome. Okay, but like the Mighty Shark, I think are just in... Alright. And I'd prefer to not have to do an unnecessary amount of resets for that. And I want to grab them now before we go in the cave, because they think once we go in the cave, we will have to come back. And we also want to grab the, I think the crystal golem deep in that cave, so... It's a big thing to keep an eye out for. These Stellarids, although there will be more Stellarids in the caves. Stellarids aren't that critical. A couple more bitey sharks over here, and I think this will finish the shark stuff. This final bitey shark, and there's a shark quest. We need a couple Stellarids, but it's mostly White Runners and Sanzards, and I think we might a couple Sanzards, so... Get our Stellarids out over here. Couple, I think this is probably all we need. Get these done. Not difficult to do. If we have those, frogs, but ways, so eat all of them. Okay, where do we need to go from here? Guess it's gotta be. Yes, it is. So I'll just go through here and go try to find. Don't need these. I am. Mostly need the runners and the Sanzar. The white runners are gonna go down. I do wonder if the mount runner is the white one or the black one. Beetle, get out of here. I want to take out the Emperor runners. Just get them out. I don't. I mean, the mount might be restricted to Ginnermosia exclusively, but I kind of doubt it. I have seen at least the cow, like the Tauros, did not drop in Ginnermosia. It dropped one. Area. Or not in this area, but in a training cave. Or Cave of Trials. So, if they do drop, be useful. And yeah, this is where Greater Sandsard is, so it's like a bunch of other Sandsards over here. That's mainly why I didn't want to do all the Sandsards in the area, because we have to beat a couple of Greater Sandsards, and we're definitely going to get all the other Sandsards we need while fighting the greater one. Because I think there's only one greater one at a time. And there's like 10 Sandsards over here with the greater ones. Yeah, just like that, we beat all of those. Beat a bunch of white runners, and beat some great Sandsards. And disability a whole bunch of times, but that'll just happen. Most of this is to just fight a bunch of the greater Sandsards, and then we'll grab white runners, and then we'll go all the way to the bottom of the cave while we're over here. Kill the crystal golem. Even if it turns out we don't need the crystal golem, it'll be worth grabbing all the stuff down there. Just because then that's hopefully one less run I have to go down there in the future. And I don't know what boss next here will make us fight. Also not going to go back for those white runners because we run into a bunch more on the cave. I don't think we'll run into any more greater Sandsards, so we'll get those out of the way. Greater Sandsard, you're going to go down the second go get our boost, because boosts are... Do we need the... apparently we do need charge to use the Y attack. Surprising. I think some of them might let us do it without SP. So at this point, I think it's just White Runner. Yes. And then also spamming this a bunch of times. Use a bunch because we can. We get SP back while we run deeper into the cave. Make sure it looks like it. So go really deep into the cave. Thank you for the 227th subscriber. Yeah, I still need to work on it so it puts up like a name or tells me who subscribed. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow if things go well.
Let's do this.
So thank you for subscribing. Well, going by the Emperor runners. I mean, because I don't know which runner drops the runner mount, I'm tempted to kill all of them in hopes that I get it, but I don't know which runner it is or if it even matters. It's also going to be funny when one of those things turns out I just randomly have it, so I wasn't paying enough attention to drops. It'd be cool to find the runner mount eventually. I'm gonna predict that's the white runner, not the black one, but I could be wrong. I still have yet to see the merchant sell this horse. And then the flying machine is of course from Celestia's gift mystery boxes, that dreamy one. We could open some of those if we get it, but I don't know what's gonna happen with that. That's weird. I thought 4 of those would have counted. Although, I'm still not sure it really matters yet, because I feel like there's still probably a couple more as we go deeper. If not, we'll just go kill the Crystal Golem, and then go back up and get the last one. Okay, it looks like that's probably what we'll be doing, is going back up after getting the Crystal Golem. But I definitely want to grab the Crystal Golem, because I don't want to go back down here if we don't have to. For the next stage, although we still may have to come back over here if it's some enemy I didn't think of. out of that. We don't want to take damage. We don't have to. Get in here and take this guy out pretty quickly. I'm very interested to see how strong the charged Y attack is, because those tend to be what you end up spamming once you get them. We'll have to probably invest into that and ignore the X attack. Although, I think we might have to give the X attack leveled quite a bit, because a lot of times the X attack has all the charge time reductions around it, so if we want to reduce all of our charge time, we might have to do, yeah, X attack, or spend a bunch of points leveling up the X attack anyways, despite wanting to prioritize charged Y attack and getting the hero upgrade done. Especially because that hero upgrade applies to classes, so if I use the class I'm going to that. And I think this one's hero upgrade is 5% SP reduction, so it's going to be very like that. We're done with the White Runners, so now we can go to the Life Master. Second game registers for out of combat. And hopefully we at least guessed the correct boss that it wants us next stage. Possible we didn't, although that's very unlikely that it's not that ghost I killed earlier on or the crystal golem, so if it does happen to be something else, it doesn't really matter, because this is the life
What do you know?
future, but it'll be good to know there's something else. Bolt Claymore, now we can go check our quests. And what enemy was it? That was the crystal golem, so we're all good there.
Huh?
Talk to again, turn that in, so quest on the menu.
You're right.
So now at this point, and there's a couple things that might be in the depths. In Cape Trials. Actually surprised we have to kill some rock serpents. I basically haven't seen that at all. So we'll go mostly to the Cave of Trials and we'll sort out the stuff later in the depths. Some of the stuff that says it spawns in the depths also spawns in the Cave of Trials, so you not even need to go into the depths. A Cave Panther. I think those are the few things that might be exclusive to the depths. Yeah. Well, I guess maybe this Iron Golem, because I don't know where that spawns. It's probably what we'll have to go to the depths for. The other ones, I think I was able to find everything but the Cave Panther. And then our final tier, outside of the Nap Dragon, that I think it basically always wants us to kill, doesn't require anything that isn't in the depths, so we'll be spending the rest of the time in the depths for those. The cave bats, yeah, I should have checked. I hope there's no feral bats for this. Feral bats always take forever to kill. Feral bats, right? Yes, we have no feral bats. Those are always really annoying. Hope it doesn't make us come back here for feral bats, because for whatever reason, it seems like the spawn rate on the feral bats compared to the normal cave bats are really bad, so I don't want to do that if we don't have to do it. Although, I guess we want to look at the skills, I think, here. I think we need the charged Y attack. Out of combat, we can go get that charged Y attack. Get the Dragon's Claw. And we're still not going to invest points into anything at the moment, because we will want to prioritize basically spending those, hopefully exclusively where we actually need to spend them. We'll look at that later on. Basically, we will end up getting all of the uses we need out here. It just might be a little slower. spending more points, but hopefully if we minimize spending our points, we won't have to go grind a bunch of levels to get one of those objectives done, to be able to obtain objectives. And outside of, I think, the next objective, the rest of these are very reasonable to do before... That does take an absurd amount of SP. No wonder a SP reduction for, like, everybody. Mercenary might actually be the class you run SP reductions on. Seems kind of crazy to me how much SP it seems to be wanting to use, although I guess I haven't leveled any of the bottom stuff, so the SP consumption might not be as bad. It looks worse than it is right now due to not leveling the right stuff from. Which we should just go fix because a lot of the that's max HP. I hope this isn't just a key. Normally this is SP reduction. Okay, so we get some better regen. Oh, it's a lot. We do have a little bit of SP in here. Don't want to spend this on anything other than SP, really. HP, generation. We'll have more SP. Let's just maximize our SP. I mean, that's not bad, but it's still not SP. The Mercenary seems to be lacking SP. I mean, these do, of course, reduce SP consumption, but that doesn't really matter at the moment because we're not Master. I mean, charge time. Yeah, we'll grab that. I would like to invest into all the way down to the charge time, but we won't worry about that until we can go all the way up to this, unless we have the option to do it. Because we'll need a lot for that master rank thing. But hopefully we have enough SP that things don't feel as bad. Although I think that could be why we get SP reduction. Mercenary. This is also kind of supposed to be the big heavy hitting class, so at least as far as I can tell, it's like the slow charge up to a big bunch of damage class. Which, yeah, we're definitely seeing some damage in there. It's not anything too crazy yet, because the hunter just does stupid damage. Yeah, which honestly is kind of surprising, because the hunter's a ranged class and this is melee. We're also not fully leveled by any means, and we're also not... We don't have the True Greatsword of Time. We even begin to compare damage fairly. Do we need to kill those for any reason? Cave bats. Rocks are... Go buy some cave bats here. I'm not too worried about getting all the cave bats on the same floor. Oh, there's enough here. I guess we'll just do it here because there's enough here that we can easily knock it out and extra stuff. But generally I'm not too worried about these because these are pretty common, unlike the barrel bats, which seem really rare when you're trying to get all of them. And unlike before where we just reset to unit res deals going up and down. Again, that may not even matter depending on where. I think we will backtrack. Probably don't even actually have to be backtracking here, it's just I want to be done with this, so we're done with the bat stuff. Normally the bat stuff's really bad, it's not really that bad on Mercenary. We end up having to do a lot of resets for barrel bat spawns. Point. I think we will keep moving. We do definitely have to keep going deeper. Keep an eye out for some of these other enemies. They do spawn in here. It's just they also spawn in the depths, and the depths might have a better spawn location, but what we're doing, it doesn't really matter so long as we eventually find what we're looking for.
Hey, we did it.
And I think with what we're doing, we need to go down a little deeper. We can start finding what we're looking for. I guess we have the buffalo here to get these. Things hardly do any damage. It's like bunnies. I think like the ghost we did, not that like doing a bunch of damage. But then again, ghost might have been levels still in an earlier area game wise. Counting for something, right? Yes, so we need some more of those. We'll just go reset that. Actually we're surprised that Mercenary doesn't have some of the other ones that typically I remember being more annoying to get, although it doesn't mean we won't run into something later on. These last couple buffalo out. This we went out, I guess we should try Dragon Claw to get so much SP without, at least we got most of it back there. Going deeper. Right way. Reddish shell, I think we can also skip that one. I don't think we have a reason to actually fight any of the enemies.
Alright, let's do this.
Kind of unusual that we don't. At least I don't think so. Oh, I missed something with Redish's. We should grab this one.
Let's do this.
I think there's probably more of those somewhere else, so take care of that and we eventually find somewhere else for that. Oh, what's down in here? Wait, so we have the boar, bear, boss,
Got a sec?
take out, I think, all of the ones we need here. So if we probably need 4, but even if we need 3, it's kind of just the place to do it. Just where we'll fight them. Get some dragon claws off if we can. They're counting, and then we'll go reset the area. And one more, and we'll have to go deeper for the big spookies. But yeah, overall, I feel like Mercenary is a little bit easier than some of the other ones so far. Like with some of the other ones, we spent a lot of time looking for certain enemies. It could also just be that I'm more familiar to where these enemies spawn, but I really do think some of the other ones chose enemies that are generally rarer, making it harder to finish. But, of course, also this is the last combat class that actually has quests, because I mean, there is that one no-life combat class that I've hardly used, but there's no quests for that as far as I'm aware, so
Alright, let's
don't
do
even
this.
need to consider what enemies we need to beat for that, although they could of course add the no-life master or something. Add quests to skill tree and whatever for that. Kind of funny if they did that. Gotta deal a bunch of damage. I'll take out other ghosts, though I don't know how many meta rates we need, so we might as well take out all of the enemies, and it'd be funny if it turns out we don't need any of these, but I think we do. We usually. But I guess if we don't need them, whatever. Take them all out anyways. depending on what's going on here, we might actually instantly go to the depths here. We need meteorites, iron golem. Might actually be the last enemy that exclusively spawns over here, and even then I'm not sure these exclusively spawn over here. It's just we're already here. But we will deal with like the fire chickens before we go to the next area, just because they also spawn here. They don't spawn in like a low quantity, and just do it all at once. Get our big hit on the big spooky. Could technically run away, but take him out. Our chests. And now we'll use our big hit over here. I don't really know how many more of these big hits we need. Probably not very many. Especially because I'm using it very frequently, because it seems to be a really strong attack. Get this one out, and we'll go double check our quests and make sure we're good. We need the chicken. We need some more meteorites, so it looks like we will be resetting this one more time. On. Get those meteorites out. Fight the fire chicken. Go down deeper for the jackals. See if there's any bunnies in here. Don't really know if there's bunnies, but if there are bunnies, we will take them out. If not, we'll go down the other area for them. They're taking a lot of damage. Better? Oh, no. Yes. So we will need the ghosts now. Could probably just by fighting them, just resource. They don't actively need those resources. And we also won't need those resources for crafting the True Greatsword of Time either.
I'll do my very best.
I just went the wrong way, 'cause I don't think we actually want to go up. So let's not do that.
Okay, ready to rumble.
We go fight those fire chickens, and then we want to go get the final door. We're right in here because I'm pretty sure that other area just lets you switch between day and night. We don't need to do any of that at the moment.
All right, let's do this.
Closing in on them. We need this bunnies too. Okay, so yeah, we might not even be going into the depths at all. Kind of funny. I didn't know if these spawned over here.
That wasn't so bad.
But currently it looks like we kill the fire chickens, and then we
Let's do this.
probably go back for the snowflake bunnies after we kill the fire chickens and reset the area.
I'll provide support, okay?
And then we can go down and kill the jackal. Well, we're over here, so... Big earthquake. 7 of those, we go reset this, and we'll fight the bunnies, and then we'll end up with the jackals on the next floor. Jackals may be a little bit more efficient in the depths, but we don't have to go there. We're probably just not going to go there, and we can also good than after I get down here. Just fight the after I get in the other area, so I don't know. Might as well just fight it while we're already down here. Or, I think it's a lot easier to get to. bunnies over here. Oh, I hope there's 5 bunnies, I bet. I guess if there's only 5, that means we'll get the area one extra time.
Let's do this.
Probably already have to do that anyways. Need like 7 to spawn here, and there's probably only 5.
I'll do my very best.
Come out. Reset the area one more time, and be done with that. But yeah, we definitely are making quite a bit of progress here, and we'll be master rank, and then usually the entirety of hero rank is all done in the depths E3, so done. Oh, so you can spawn other rabbits over here. We got really lucky that all happen to be snowflake like bunnies. Got the last one out. Now we just go rush over to the deeper, or go deeper, and our jackals spawn down here as well. Involves us going all the way down to the bottom.
Okay, ready to rumble.
Actually, well, I guess we'll still probably have to go over to the depths, so I don't know if it matters. I think the iron golems are in the depths, simply, unless I'm wrong about that. We can go take the Snapdragon out, about the jackal, then we'll go to the depths and fight the iron golems. I don't think iron golems spawn down here. But go left over here, we should run into jackals at some point. Unless their spawn luck is so bad and they're completely replaced by whatever they spawn out. So I think because we have to go to the depths, we will not fight all the jackals over here. We'll just fight the ones that are already spawned in. We'll go fight the Snapdragon and go to the depths. So just run past this, we'll go to depths floor 2 after this.
I'll do my very best. I'll do my very best.
Bunch of rowdy.
All right, let's do this.
Though I think but after this, right, this might be the Snapdragon. Yes. Fight the big Snapdragon now. Dragon Claw the Snapdragon. This is vicious charging. Get out of this. Stay away while he's gonna do another stomp attack. Hit him. Need to get out of there now. Team, you guys all got absolutely destroyed by the Snapdragon just now. And now one of you is running into a rock. You guys gotta stop running into stuff. Thank you for finishing Snapdragon off, teammate. Go, we took the Snapdragon out, and now we'll just get to the depths because we can. And that is basically where the rest of the enemies seem to be spawning. And then also likely when we do the next rank, be a bunch of other bosses fight in the depths, but they'll all be at B3. Go left over here because I think pretty much where you go for every time you use the elevator. Here.
Yay! We did it!
Running into stupid stuff on the random platinum down here, which point probably could grab though, but I think I have more than enough probably for everything we'll do in the game from here on out. Gotta go get that rock golem wherever that is. Or iron golem. How does this fight even go? Did we get damaged? Any reason? Not too bad. We actually kind of destroyed him. Just when I was doing wizard, some of the golems would have a ton of health and feel really sluggish to beat. Although I don't know if you have to kill any golems really for rank him. Big charged Y attack and run out of stamina. Got one more, and then we go jackal hunting. Then after that, we'll be running a bunch of Kingdom Woolies. And maybe some other stuff I don't entirely remember what all I have. I just know I got the one treasure grove required resource, the True Greatsword of Time. So we don't really have to go in the treasure grove for that, it's mostly... we find whatever we need for it, and then... or the legendary objectives, and then craft it. So... likely the crafting of that will be Cave Panther. I think either way means we go down this way.
I'll provide support, okay?
Yeah, the snowflake rabbits apparently spawn down here, although we already took care of them, so we're not going to do that. Can't wait for there only to be like 2 jackals over here, and it would have been about equivalent to do it in the other area. No, so we'll be. Jackals go down. We didn't really need to do the Cave Panther, although I did have to do it with lives. That was Hunter.
I really gave it my all, you know.
We reset the area, got our last couple jackals out. And then we'll be the Master Ring. I might skip the song this time around. Into the cave. Okay, so now we just go to the Life Master. It will be a Master Mercenary.
Oh, huh? Huh.
Put that in, and then I think we'll skip the song here so we can continue the gameplay and commentary and not be boring for a while.
Yeah?
I also don't really know how long how loud the game audio is on game. Most of the goal is to have commentary and have that be not so loud it interrupts with anything. Meteor Crash, Chameleons. I think basically all this stuff just spawns depths B3. There's this couple of things that might be in here might only spawn during the day, although okay, we have some more bosses. I'm like, bro, the bosses? No, they're down past the Nap Dragon. Night, day, night. So you basically go down there during the night or the day, and then we'll have to flip it to the other one after we kill whatever the boss is during that specific time period. Basically, we'll be doing Marcus. Actually, let's go equip Mercenary Master outfit as cosmetic. The helmet probably looks pretty cool. What other chest piece do I have that I haven't bugged? I don't know. Must have went over it and didn't realize what it was. Battleborn stuff, where are you? Have our cape. What the Mercenary normally looks like. Oh, I didn't want to go to B1. Well, we'll immediately change where we are and go down to B3. Now that we're down here, we can go explore. Mostly fight a bunch of enemies. And we'll become a hero. Need the Pandora's box, we'll just go over here. Might as well grab the Dragon's Claw while we're over here just to see if I can get any of the ancient armor. Because I don't know how many of those I have left, and there's quite a few recipes that require like a couple of them, so you do use them.
Glad that's over.
And not gonna take a whole lot of time to go get this. Go, that's out. Grab this one. I mean, we'll probably end up just doing a full cycle. I think we need enough. Those Pandora's boxes probably need 4 of them. That means we grab Dragon's Claw, we grab the Giant Fossil, we grab Graphite Deposit, and then we also grab Giant Tree while we're down here. Although, of course, we could go backtrack into any of them because we're resetting the area a couple times and or it's back, but might as well just grab all the resource nodes while we're down here if we need to grab the Pandora, because extra resources to use later. You can also try to craft the Excel branch too, which is like the final tier of branch for the no life. I did already grab the 4, and I think that video will live tomorrow. No, that's the day after. So, be a guide on how to do that on Hunter and Wizard. I might try making another video where I do it on Mercenary, which we're leveling up right now, and then also on Paladin, if I do that on Mercenary, because then there'll be a guide on how to do it on any class, except for the no-life class. There's already a guide for that, and I don't feel like doing that.
Glad that's over.
And also, you do decide to do the or get that roasted corn on the no life class. It's a lot harder than the proper combat classes, so if you were playing any of the proper combat classes, I would kind of recommend that instead of the class. And even then, it might be worth setting up Hunter to do it on Hunter in specific. There's probably a way to make it happen on the rest of them. Might have to level up your class quite a bit. Looks like let's go get the Jameleons and we'll do another reset, and that should be all the spiders and Jameleons. Okay, so now we do our reset here, and we should have 2 of the enemies out. Pretty convenient, and then we can go over to the next spot. We also have an easy access to flip between day and night, and I think both the day and the night enemies we need spawn in different locations, so you don't really have to worry about either of those, because that Golem and the Mohachosaurus aren't on the same node, they're on different nodes. And I do have I think I have a permanent spawn for both of them in Ginormezia, so worst case scenario, we go kill one of the really high level ones over there, although I prefer not to do that because they're very high level. I guess I think we forgot the skill. Take this guy out and go check if we have the skill. Make sure I'm getting those meteorite things done. Remember if I grabbed that? No, it looks like we probably didn't. Meteor crush. Discharge ray? We might as well grab that. At this point, I think it just makes sense to spend a bunch of points to get a bunch of skills. Basically means let's buy the cheapest stuff possible and see how many we can get with our skill points, and then once we get all the really cheap stuff, we can start looking at what more expensive things do we buy. These are still only 5, so not really that expensive. Although they will likely go up in cost later. We grab Earth Damage Plus. I don't think these matter too much. I'm not sure we're using Earth Damage or Fire Damage. So those are 3. Probably some other 3 ones we missed on the left side there, but get those eventually, and we have more 3s down here. Like a lot of these are very cheap, so we're going to try to maximize all the cheap ones so we can just shoot all the way up here at some point later on. Especially because we no longer need some of these other things. Done with cobwebs. Oh, we can do Grotto Wolves. Might want to prioritize that one. Process. I guess let's actually do the boss. It nighttime, so we can't do the Mohachosaurus at the moment, so the boulder guys, and also once we get into this room we just beeline left all the way down to the Giant's Tree. We grab the Giant's Tree and the Pandora's Box while we're down here. Make things easier. And then while we're doing the other stuff, we'll go grab our other things. Yeah, I need to figure out what I need to do to get woodcutting all the way up to level 100, as well as mining up to 100 at this point. This may have been the wrong one. I've still got an excellent, it doesn't matter. But yeah, I do kind of wonder what you really want to do in order to max those out. Although, I'm not in a crazy rush to try to max them out, but it wouldn't hurt just because you get extra damage in general. Some of the skills aren't bad to have either. I haven't gotten like the double sweet spot skills on anything yet, although I think on fishing I'll probably prioritize that on like some of the other ones. Just because with fishing, having that bigger sweet spot's a bigger deal. Because you're on a much tighter timer on fishing compared to the rest of the harvesting lives. That sweet spot. Like when you're doing mining, yes, it's nice to be on the sweet spot. Do you absolutely want to be on the sweet spot? No. When it comes to that, I mean, you still really do want to be on the sweet spot, but you're not rushing. Fishing, you need to be on that sweet spot immediately so you don't lose the fish. Fishing just works a little differently than the rest of them. So, prioritize different things for that. This guy is just laser beaming me, or I guess not really laser beaming, but hypno beaming me, whatever it's supposed to be. Deal a bunch of damage. Definitely deal quite a bit of damage. Let's ask for rescue. Definitely work on getting a better armor set at some point here, so I'm not taking as much damage, and then I can give one of my companions my current active armor set. Although I think when I do that, armor set is going to have slightly lower drop rates, because plus there's a different endgame set. Currently the cool stuff that I'm seeing doesn't use the pants slot, so you're gonna have about 10% lower drop rate. I think I'm just gonna craft one of the sets mysteriously. Although there still may be better armor somewhere in the game. Next time we flip areas, we will flip it today, but not that quite yet. Grab those. Don't eat Celeroids, which is kind of surprising. Let's go fight the buffalo. I think they're also on the way to that giant fossil, so we'll go grab the giant fossil over there. We don't need to do anything with the ghosts. Kinda convenient. And once we have to reset these, because I don't think we'll do this, because I don't think there's 15 of them there. Might be like 8 of them, but I don't think there's 15. See if that flips off the deep sea lordfish. Go back by. Definitely gonna get that done. Might have been Paladin, I ended up being behind on that for a while. There's 8 of them, we'll go grab the giant fossil. Pandora in here.
Let's do this.
Bedrock Blast. I guess because we're already over here, I grab the graphite deposit anyways, we're gonna reset. Just kill this one, reset it, and then kill it again. I was originally gonna do all 4 of them, but it might just make sense to just to make this a little faster. Especially because we're already resetting right next to it. Need to go kill the buffalo, and we already went this far. I also probably have enough stuff by this point. So, not that hard to come back down here and get more stuff. Especially when you're only going for a couple specific things, it'll typically be faster. Do that. And we have a whole lot of enemies to find down here yet. Buffalo out. I guess we also need to click all the drop rate stuff on these companions. I didn't do that yet. Probably go do that afterwards, although depending on how quickly we're going to replace them, it might not make sense. How is the affinity looking on? Okay, you're not being replaced anytime soon. So, oh, make sure they all have equipment. Don't matter as much. After again. Yeah, that's kind of bad. That will give you not Argloss, these. Give you these. But he had a helmet. Kind of just. Dun, dun, dun. They have a shield. Yes. Favorite the items. I don't really know if I have backups. Yeah, those were pretty. That's better. Better. What's the best backup sword they have? That I might get. Could have done this earlier, but I forgot about it, so now. That one. Then, unlike the other ones, I think Yulia might be worth maxing out right away, because Yulia just kind of arrives with a ton of stats. I can recraft a couple. They're just kind of already maxed. But yeah, unlike the other ones, Yulia has all the strange like power-ups right away, so Yulia is just instantly maxed out, basically. But the other characters will take quite a bit more to get them all set up. I guess we maybe... Yeah, we forgot to switch the time. Whatever.
Got a sec?
Have to reset one of those rooms eventually. We can just kill this just to do it. Maybe. Arkin's actually got health than I thought he would. So, we kind of took him out pretty quickly despite that. But my combat lives seem to have, or companions seem to have decent stats, so that's going good. We want to take these ancient beetles out. We'll have to kind of just keep beating the beetles because they don't spawn in like a group of 5, and I think we need 15 of them, so it takes longer to take all these out than some other things. Meteor Crash and Beetle dodged it. Thank you, Beetle. Now I'm gonna have to use that again after I charge it back up. Okay, so I guess not do Meteor Crashing on beetles anymore because I don't want to waste my Meteor Crash on beetles over and over again. if we need to kill the Alpha Coyote or not. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't.
I'm glad that's over.
To do that, extra bolts are great. Although I don't think this is going to reduce how many times we've set it. I think we're still going to have to do 3 resets here instead of 2. Not that big of a deal, but it would be faster if we only had to do 2 resets. Then, at some point here, basically just be done with these, and then I need to set it or change the time. The 2 of them, right? Yeah, so since that doesn't finish, oh, I guess we should have done the Beatles, whatever. Should have done the Beatles, but we will change the time here because we do want it to be daytime for that Mohachosaurus. And yeah, that's about it. I mean, we could go kill the Mohachosaurus in Ginnermosia, but this one's lower level, so I'd recommend doing this one. Unless you absolutely need the other one. Although the other one you will need to unlock anyways with small bang on the wastes. So you will kind of have to do the other one anyways, but it won't be immediately necessary. Get out of that. Go and do a big hit. Already down to like half of his health. Charge up another big Y attack. Try to get back in there. Somebody does a lot of damage. I would assume it's Julia, but maybe it's one of the other teammates. Let's go back to quests. Quests are done with the meteor things. Ancient beetles. We do need to go kill another coyote. Then we do need the Mohachosaurus, which is now up, so not too bad. And then whenever we kill the beetles, we go spawn the other guys, and then we have to go through the beetle room a couple times here because I think we just go down the other way for the Mohachosaurus. But the beetles are kind of annoying because there's only 3 at a time instead of 5. Beetle, stop running away. Back here. Reset the beetles, get the wolf, get the snakes. But then at some point here, we'll be back to Don Woolly grinding. He's like really slow. Beetle, get you. Get that beetle out. And we get the last one.
I'm glad that's over.
We'll need to get more beetles after that, but fight the wolf. We'll have to do some snakes that are also really close by, so maybe we'll wait for maxing out the beetles until we with this alpha coyote. Alpha coyote's out, now we can go fight the snake and the hawk. Definitely slowly getting our friendship up. The second they're all maxed though, we're gonna rotate them out to somebody else just because to max friendship on, I think, all of the strangelings, which takes a while. Basically no way to do that quickly. That one's out. Yeah, I think we got plenty of grab bags of loot. Not that I really need any of those items at the to grab them, we'll take the Mohawkosaurus out. And Mohawkosaurus actually doesn't take as much damage it seems as the other guy, although one of our teammates probably really is doing. And there's the Mohawkosaurus out. At this point, it is definitely King Cobra, so I guess we gotta fight the Sand Golem. Beetles. But we'll just grab the beetles on the way out and have to go grab the Sand Golem as well. Those are gonna be a while. Grabbed those back when we were over by them, but I didn't realize I needed to grab the Sand Golem. Does Sand Golems have any time of day? No, they don't. So we're fine with those. Have to make it back over there. But yeah, we're making it very close to hero rank. And now, set it again, and just one more time. So luckily, some of the later leveling should be faster, because I do have a Treasure Grove at year 900. Won't be finishing that, because I need the boss video yet, but I can level pretty quickly by doing floors in there. We might farm some of the monsters, and hopefully there's like a monster floor in there that we can specifically farm XP. So we will likely need to get at least a rank 80, if time permits, in order to unlock all the leveling stuff. I do think I likely will end the stream midnight Eastern time zone, just because I'd kind of like to go to bed a little earlier than I have been. I think I've been ending a lot of these closer to 2 a.m. Although maybe we'll see how things go depending on how late I'll be on for doing this. So now it's just the Sand Golem. Run by this hog room because we don't need this hog room for anything. I'm surprised that I don't think any of the classes have required us to kill that security hog room for any reason. Although maybe you needed to kill that security hog room for one of the hog room unlocks. I don't really know, I wasn't paying too much attention to that. That just kind of ended up happening eventually. Oh yes, we have the crystalline bass. I wanted to grab this a couple streams ago, but I didn't see it. And we have that right now. Because I think this bass has a couple drops that I need that are only rare because the deep sea lord fish keeps spawning and not this bass. And they share the same node. And when we went by this earlier, it was the deep sea lord. So this is a very good one to grab at the moment. I messed that up. Well, at least we get one drop. Yeah, I think I needed the scales for something, and now we have an extra set of scales. You never have enough extra stuff usually, especially when stuff just doesn't spawn frequently. Like that monster crystal that we'll need for this true sword. I feel like I've needed that for something else at some point too. So hopefully I can come up with a method to not just constantly be needing stuff like that. Although I should be able to get at least one more, because when we did that I did copy the grove, so... If I need one more, I can get it. If I start needing more than that, it'll get more complicated, and hopefully by the next time I stream, which will probably be tomorrow night, hopefully I can grab, or basically clear out my current groves, and then if we go check online for any Heart of Darknesses, we can utilize those. Because we're gonna need a lot of salt and stuff, and Heart of Darknesses are kind of difficult to get at the moment. Although if we go into multiplayer, we can get a bunch of those, and the only downside is I think, I mean, I will share it. It's just, I'm pretty sure it's easier to guarantee more loot going in solo, because then you can at least guarantee an excellent if you don't mess up. In multiplayer, if one of your teammates decides to just start doing stuff, you can't guarantee that excellent hit at the end. But we'll work around that. Because I don't really want to not be sharing that, because I mean, I'm not entirely sure how that works, but I think if you share it, the other people might be able to copy it and share it again, so...
I'm glad that's over.
Spreads pretty quickly, I'd assume, unless you can't copy a copied one, but I have not been in a lobby yet where I haven't been able to copy it, so I don't know.
Oh. Huh? Ha.
Support this, finally. Become a hero rank on Mercenary. Honestly means the lives are getting
What do you know?
really low, which, or with how many I need to reach master or hero rank on. At this point, I've done hero rank on everything but like cook, artist, and tailor. And then I don't think there's a master rank for this, so just or even a hero rank for this, so I'll have most of these at hero rank real soon. Mostly the ones I don't have require rare resources. Try to get through that. Get extra gifts. Random one, I mean. We should go turn that in. Because probably give us another one, and then at some random point I'll randomly complete that one. And we absolutely want to complete that if we can. Okay, let's go talk to Rock. We turn that ancient orb in. Or I guess get the ancient orb, we aren't turning that in. What random enemy do you want us to beat now? Just to fight a stone golem. Basically spawns in the same area, roughly. Would actually go do that right now, but we don't have a real reason to do that. Our next objective is going to be to craft. I had to go and past it. The True Greatsword of Time, which means we need to get a lot of legendary shiny diamonds and a lot of legendary dawn horns. We did get that monster crystal before we streamed. Yeah, I'll go do that. Actually, I don't know why I just went to that. That's the wrong area. We meant to go to Gainer Mosia. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much because we will be spending most of our time over here anyways. But yeah, there's just a lot of these I need to craft at some point. And I know that Police Bub, Tuna, and Devil's Fin, I think I need a couple more of those for something. We need it for the artist, and I think I need another one for the cooking recipe. Yes. I guess the one thing we could do, I kind of need my Police Bub Tuna for a video yet, is go check online real quick and see if another one this real quick. And then we'll just go fight or do legendary objectives for a while and we go check online again. If not, I'll do that off stream, and probably tomorrow we can just start in with getting everything to hero rank. But if there's one available right now, we might be able to knock one or two of them out tonight yet. Okay. Is there anything other than these two going on right now? No, there's not, so we'll go check out, we'll go do the legendary stuff. Okay. I'm gonna go here, and then my spot seems to be over here. We'll also switch to Hunter for this, just because currently the Hunter damage is substantially higher for me than the other classes, and that's just gonna let us take out the down wollies really quickly. Let's go make sure we don't have a objective already spawned. Like we don't. Let's go take that out. Can I put one back? That one. So now we just keep resetting until we eventually get that to happen. And we got trolled by a fish already. First legendary objective. And that looks like a nothing one. Fish loves to troll us though. I do kind of wish Don would move, just because maybe Don will sell something out of that's the fish again. Go over there and like pull the fish up at some point. So we do need a bunch of those stones as well, so I'm hoping we don't get in a situation where we finish the Don Woolley and we have an absurd amount of stones we need, or the other way around. Gotta finish them both around the same time. If we needed that fish for anything, we'd be good at the moment. But I don't need that fish. I also will say it's very unlikely we'll do streams crafting the True of Time versions of all of the crafting related tools, because currently I don't see really a reason to do that. Unless somebody knows something special that can happen with those, I'm probably just not going to do that, and I don't think there's anything special that happens with them. Please be a stone. Looking low enough? Yes, we do have a stone. But it's just like very expensive. I mean, I've already done the True Saw of Time, but it's like very expensive to try to do like the True Hammer of Time, the True Frying Pan of Time, the True Needle of Time, and the True Brush of Time. And it's entirely oh, I guess we also need True Flask of Time. I don't think any of those are really required for any crafting recipes. I mean, of course they'd be helpful, especially if you put them on your character, not so much on your companions, because your companions, I mean, you'll get the benefit out of it to some degree, but your companions will give you a fraction of the benefit compared to you equipping it on your main character, so gonna do it, equip it on your main character. And then if you really have a bunch of extra time, you can go basically make enough to put on your companions, but that would take a very long period of time, so I don't think I'll be. So I may craft better quality stuff than what I already have. Like with the Alchemist, it's somewhat tempting to do it, because you have to craft it through alchemy, but it would be very expensive to craft it, so I'm very tempted to also not to do it.
Let's do this.
because with the Alchemist, I feel like that is the one that I'm lacking most behind with at the moment. Oh, this actually isn't so good compared to some of the other times I've done things. That's just what happens when you do it with crafting companions and they keep refunding your SP over and over again. And with combat companions, they will not refund your SP. Most of my stuff's, I think, geared towards expecting your companions to keep refunding SP. We did just level up there, that's nice. Always nice to see those extra levels come in. We got 3 diamonds, which is awesome. So, like, we're gaining diamonds faster than we're gonna gain the woolly stuff. Do we want 30 mining for special skill charge rate? I mean, crit damage isn't gonna hurt. I think 30 mining is going to be the best at this point. Of course, those big SP nodes down there could be useful, but we're getting so close to the end that like the next level, because we just hit 94, will probably give us enough points to buy one of those upgrades. Or the blocking upgrade. If not, at some point I will end up with all those upgrades because there's no reason to not buy all of them eventually. Especially as you get enough points to max everything as you level something up to 100. Fish, stop trolling us. I don't want you at all at the moment. Although I would not mind another stone because I think we need like probably at least 2 more stones. And we still need 5 out of 5 Don Woolies, assuming they all give us double horns. That could go up if they don't give us double horns. Which I don't care about. But yeah, this definitely does end up taking a while sometimes, and sometimes we get things quickly. Sometimes the fish keeps trawling you, because what's going on right now. Why that fish keeps spawning there, but it does, and it makes... Basically every time that fish spawns, you think it's a woolly, and then it's a fish. Then again, there might be a better spot to do this at, but the spot generally outside of the fish makes it very easy to tell that you have a Don Woolly, unlike some of the other areas where there I think are more things that could spawn that are in the same direction. And then, I mean, the only thing that can be hard to find here, I think, is the difference between a tree and a spud, because sometimes the buds in the trees kind of spawn high enough. And I guess the one rock can be a little bit more or less obvious, but there's the one rock that is basically just straight down from where we're at, which is very obvious. So, some of these are not so bad, and then other ones are the way. We're getting a bunch of nothing right now. No spud, no rock, no nothing. And we have nothing again. Give us a Don Woolly. For a rock, but preferably a Don Woolly. Don Woolly, where are you? Nothing? And I think that's a tree, which we don't care about at the moment. We're not crafting anything with wood, and I think I have a bunch of wood. Oh, fish. Why? Still no Don Woolly? the shop hasn't moved since playing though either. It'd be kind of interesting to see the shop. Shop has basically just been in the same spot. I keep staying in the same spot. I don't know, it's hard to tell. That fish keeps trolling us. Keep getting the fish. I'm actually surprised we have another Donwilly yet. Or a single Donwilly. Find another rocket this right before Donwilly shows up. And every time we think it could be a Donwilly, it's basically just gonna keep being a fish over and over and over again. I think we got another rock. Yep. 0 Donwillys and 2 rocks so far. What we're going for. And depending on what all this rock drops, we might not need a whole lot more rocks after this. I think, let's check off of this one. Oh yeah, so if we get 3 stones here, we will not need any rocks for the moment. It might be worth continuing to grab them though, as it'll build us a surplus for the next time we craft a shrew anything that requires the shiny diamonds. But for what we're getting today, we definitely won't need them. And I don't really know if I'm going to craft the other stuff that you can craft with it, because I am just unsure if I really want the True, or like anything of time. I mean, the only one I am currently thinking of that I might want would be the Flask, but even then, is it really going to be worth doing that? Or even such a low rank I'm gonna get at. Good double check after this one. We rank this area up at all in it. I don't think this one's gonna drop 3, but we'll get at least 2. Not if this doesn't go to an excellent. Oh, we got excellent. Likely we'll still need 1 more stone. Yeah, only 2. This area up. Yes, we do have at least 1 more rank. We don't quite have all the way up to rank 6 yet. We could probably fix that pretty quickly. I'm just not going to, because currently not our goal to get this to rank 6, but we're very close to rank 6. Is this the stone golem? You know, I think let's head over and just deal with that guy, because I think we needed to kill that for that one quest, and here's that actually. We didn't, and also there's just some nice drops this guy can drop, so doesn't matter. Let's keep taking out this golem. Yeah, the golem will probably go down pretty quickly. I actually start hitting the golem. Apparently missing a lot of shots here, so golem's gonna go down like that. Please drop your stuff. Ah yes, we got an ancient, which is got that out. And just go back over here and continue farming out our stuff. I also will say it's going to be very interesting to see what their roguelike open world mode. That'll be interesting to see how that ends up working out, because I honestly am unsure how that exactly be done. But they'll probably find a way to make it pretty fun. I mean, generally, if the buffs can be stacked so you start doing insane damage during certain runs, you're just gonna have a lot of fun with whatever's going on. Then it should just be a pretty fun experience. I don't think there's anything here that we want. I mean, I think anything in here can just be farmed pretty easy. but you want to keep checking him because if he does sell something, then you can get it. If he doesn't sell stuff, then he doesn't sell stuff. Then I gotta figure out what I'm doing wrong to get more patterns, but at this point it might be a area rank. I don't know if you need to start getting some of your areas to rank 7 to get certain drops. I know there's one area that's really easy to get to rank 7, but beyond that I don't know any others. And I don't know, that could be an option for streams here, is trying to rank an area up to rank 7. Other than I think this area, I'm not going to do this area because explicitly I think very easy to take to. Probably be like one of the ones over here. If we do that. We get in big carrot, I think. Button. He does not seem interested in spawning at all this evening. We have our last legendary rock we need. We'll basically make things pretty easy from here on out. And it's literally just looking for woolly horns until it hopefully happens. I mean, we could keep grabbing these, but I'll probably just look for woolly horns because it'll speed things up a little bit. Although we may end up spending a bunch of time looking for woolly horns because so far woolly's not spawning at all. And I hope that changes. Gone up this. Random Sanzar. Why? Because I don't think they can follow us up here, and if they can, hopefully they de-aggro. Already in a sweet spot. I guess our teammates will handle them. Maybe. I de-aggroed before I got too far. Oh, our teammates may end up having to beat them all up. Kinda spectate them. I'll grab the move now. Our teammates are dealing with the Sanzars. I have no clue how much damage they're actually doing to them, but they're fighting them for us. Although, had they kinda just ran away, we wouldn't have to deal with them at all. Actually, they're just letting them beat the Sanzard beat on them now. Kinda funny. Oh no, don't you dare let that Sanzard hit me. Thank you for de-aggroing Sanzard. That was a very close call there. Thank you for not hitting me. Almost had to restart our entire mining here. Where's this sweet spot now? It's probably like over here again. Not it. I think we had one week one, and then we do LP plus 1 and crack the thing. But we almost got destroyed by a Sanzard while trying to mine this, having to restart. If you're gonna fight Sanzards, you need to kill them, and not suddenly decide to start cheering for me and ignoring them despite them beating on you. Because I don't think you guys want to die to a Sanzard either. But if you let it beat on you long enough, that'll happen. And that's still not a woolly. It's gonna be great that we just end up resetting this for a long time and no woolies at all. That would just continue what's been going on. Well, we keep getting stuff on the right side of the screen that we don't care about. Oh, we are in it literally just for the... Despite having seen none of them yet. And nothing. Nothing. These woolies go up out of nowhere. Definitely want to see you. magically disappeared. That is fish. And all the Don Woolly disappeared. Basically looking for in this area, and if nothing spawns, then no blue marker, it's just a quick reset, and Woolly is hiding for sure at this point. Still completely hiding. Even really been on here. I was expecting us to get a couple by now. Not my day to get Don Woolies to spawn at all, I guess. As they clearly do not even consider spawning it. And that's just kind of how this is going to continue to be at this point. I would like to get True Greatsword of Time, but if the Woolies don't spawn, I have to try this again someday. Okay, please. The Don Woolly. Going at this while. Yeah, I don't know. Normally they spawn a little bit more. Taking literally everything up. Don Woolly spawn. Then we can absolutely obliterate you. The Don Woolies have just decided to stop existing. I guess we made them go extinct. This nothing. Because that's what happens when every recipe requires 10 Don Woolly horns, the player base makes them go extinct. No Don Woolly objectives. I didn't do anything weird with these. No. I don't know what's up. Thank you, Don Woolly. He came back from extinction somehow. Now we have to go kill this one. And we'll get this True Greatsword of Time particularly if the Don Woolly's spawning now that I've gotten one of them. But who knows? Maybe it'll be a while before we get our second one. The Don Woolly, stop dodging my attacks. No, you don't want to be hit by them because they deal so much damage, but I want to hit you with them. I do kind of wonder how much damage my teammates do. They use some of their super attacks. Then again, not a whole lot of them seem to be doing a whole lot of damage if they Don Woolly hit them. This. And there's Don Woolly. Please say you have dropped 2 horns at least, not just 1. Oh, you only dropped 1 horn. So we still need to kill 5 Don Woollies. at least. I really should see if upping your drop rate modifies that at all. That maybe can guarantee I can get another one quickly. That's good. Still need 4 more after this at a minimum. It could turn into more than that if we keep only getting 1 horn. So I guess the one thing we can do while we're over here is take all this to restock the acorns, resupply everything here because it doesn't hurt doing that, and we can keep getting better resources. And most of these resources are really easy to keep getting because you can, a lot of farming in base, you basically build up most of those resources fairly quickly by doing all that farming and to sell it. Acorns, and then if Dawn decides to actually sell good stuff, you burn through them really quickly. Dawn does stockpile for a while. There are some recipes at each one of the village areas you can go to, so if you want to get all of the recipes, you'll likely grab all those at some point anyways, and need a bunch of acorn. Too bad we don't have infinite stamina. Our companions actually do damage. And we do need to reach max affinity on them eventually. Drop 2 horns as well. Let's see. What did we get? Oh yes, we did get 2 horns. That's actually better than the last one. The last one only gave us 1 horn. Well, hopefully we keep getting down all these quick like this because they've been on for a while. And I don't like having to spend a whole lot of time resetting for one, so many of them. But likely, I mean, we will get enough horns if it takes a while. They don't spawn frequently. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Apparently, now it seems like they're not spawning very frequently. So, gonna have to go to resetting until we get enough of them, which means we need at a minimum 4 more. Since we got 2, it's a minimum 4 more, and we do have a little bit of buffer because we could take another one that only drops 1 if needed. So very likely only 4 more unless get 2 in a row that only drop 1. Of course, I'd prefer the rest of them drop 2 because then we'll have a backup horn which we can use to craft something in the future, because some of those of time, like not the true stuff, but the of time things only cost like 1 horn. So that might be free craft on one of them. Then other ones of those take 3 horns, and we won't be able to do that anyways, but unless we'll have to go for crafting one of them as well. Especially because they typically only drop in pairs of 2. Getting a very long dead streak again. Dead streak ends somewhat quickly. Although I am kind of glad that this is probably the last true time anything I'm doing for a little while now, because with this True Greatsword of Time, I have the True Hoe of Time, the True Axe of Time, the True Pickaxe of Time, the True Rod of Time, the True Staff of Time, the Shield of Time, the True Sword of Time, and the True Bow of Time, so it's literally just this. And then it's crafting stuff. While not being useless, it doesn't seem required at the moment. I mean, maybe the cooking one's required because there is the one cooking recipe. If it's got a true version of it, then maybe that required that. Although I've yet to craft that, so I don't know if it requires a true or has a true version of it. Although I suppose we could try crafting it at some point here, but I don't think my cooking is high enough to that up. At least justify attempting it because of what it costs. some point, definitely will craft it. Well, yeah. Or that could just be a tomorrow thing, as maybe tomorrow we'll try to just get hero rank on the remaining classes. I have very many classes to go. Also, when I hit hero rank on the remaining classes, last of the 2 achievements for this game. Because I got Yulia today. And that video will go live eventually. Kind of queuing stuff up as I won't be able to do any live streams next week, so try to do one. Well, we should do one tomorrow, and then I'll see if I can do another one Monday or not. And I'll see what I can get queued up and here to just go live next week, because I could try to do some longer videos that go live in the evenings. For those of you who have been tuning in for live streams despite not having any live stream live. I might also try another game after next week, because I'll see how it works for running it. But Ark Survival Ascended just dropped Ragnarok, so they finally have Griffins, which has been the big thing I've been waiting for. People were picking the game back up. And Griffins are really fun to ride on. Unless they messed them up somehow, but I kind of doubt they did that. They probably made them almost identical to how they were before. And then the other thing with that, or Ark Survival Ascended, is I'm kind of disappointed they put Crystal Isles so far out. We are in tree. I think Crystal Isles is basically going to be a 2027 thing at the earliest, and for Ark Survival Ascended, I mean, of course in time, but Crystal Isles is just one of the other maps that modded for a while. I'm surprised actually how long that one took for it to become an official map, just because I think a pretty popular modded map, and it was, I think, started to become popular around the time Ragnarok came out, or was starting to get big too on Game Workshop. So surprised that one took as long as it did. Although I think that map may have been less balanced, just because it was very easy to get one of like the Crystal Isles on that map. Brush this down fully, and hopefully we get 2 horns here. I think if this one drops 2 horns, we only need... Either way, we're starting to get down there despite having to kill it. Arrow range really doesn't any damage. Switch Y attack. That's like sometimes very close to just 20,000 damage. And then sometimes it's less. Get double points again. I think that pulled up to 7. Yes, so we need actually 2 more if we get lucky, 3 more if we get insanely unlucky. So we do have room for one of them to be a single drop, so as long as both of them aren't single drops, it should only be 2 more. Let's go with our teammate. How is our affinity go? Hit max. Nobody's even close to max yet. Kind of one of those things where I gotta keep an eye on it, because the second they hit max, I want to rotate them out. Next set of teammates. Although, I am tempted to try to get Yulia to level Yulia maxed out, just because like the late game ones you get. And also Yulia is more maxed out than the rest of them. He comes with those rangeling enhancements pre-built in. Then again, she takes a lot longer to get than the rest of them. Basically all 49 other strange you could do in one gaming session if you plan it out well enough and get a little lucky. Meanwhile, Yulia, I think the earliest you could get Yulia is probably the 11 days of the game, because I'm not sure you can get more than one golden flower on that first time around. It takes long. Then again, you can currently time skip, so you could get Yulia faster probably at the moment, but I didn't do any time skipping with that. Get a Don Wall. Then we can move on to the leveling session file. That fish again. Fish seems to always like spawning over there. Still nothing? We get something cool. We can't wait to doing double. Will he just show up so we can get our True Greatsword of Time? Yay, we have another one. Now we need one more after this. We can finally be done with Woolies. Good that we did the Paladin already, because Paladin took a while. Though we got pretty lucky with Paladin, because I don't think it took too crazy long to get what we were going for, but Paladin did, because we did both the True Shield of Time and True Sword of Time, it did take long. Or what should traditionally be getting one weapon. Stop doing the opportunity phase, and all of our big damage on you. Attack you off. Right? Only 80, I thought you'd been around level 90. And you only give us one horn again. I'll level this area up to rank 6. Yes, I did. See, that's why we're not getting stuff as frequently over here. Okay, well that should be fixed now. That one's level 6. That one's also level 6. I don't know why this one wasn't level 6. But it's level 6 now. Okay. I'll just keep resetting for a little bit. I'll get our last dot and volley, and then we can go craft our Great Sword of Time. Again, I guess our non-molding only drops one more time around. We'll have to fight another one. Hopefully that doesn't happen. And then we'll go into leveling our paladin. I mean, not our paladin, our mercenary quite a bit. currently leveling should be quick for a while because we're actually pretty low level on Mercenary. Really just not gonna get another non-Wooly for a while. Please, I would like to see one more Don Wooly. Be done with Don Wooly hunting a while. Most of the rest of the time gear I have no intention of crafting at the moment. At least a little while. Could happen eventually, but most part it seems unneeded, so no rush on that. Also, kind of overview what it's going to take to craft some of those things, but basically, if we plan on not crafting it, it won't matter what those craft the tier right below and call it good. Get crazy recipe for some. And there's hopefully the last Don Wooly we need. Need another Wooly after this and be a little annoyed, but well, we'll get it if we need it. Hopefully we don't need it. Kill some of these guys in hopes that I can get some of that stamina back before we fight the Wooly. I would prefer to go fight yeah, and we hardly got any stamina. I prefer to fight the Wooly though, like stamina, max stamina if possible. Any way to get us some stamina back would be worth it. Almost have our stamina all the way up. I guess we'll just go in there for it now at the moment because we could kill like one extra enemy, but it'd probably take us longer to kill that extra enemy than it's going to take to kill Wooly. Well, we instantly died. Get our reds off. Oh, you didn't even res us. You resed our teammate next to us. Well, we'll have to wait to be resed, and then use the LB plus Y because I don't really care about those. Probably turn back really quickly here. Or my attack, but it's gonna heal soon, so I don't really want to waste things and then have him heal it all. Oh, we just wasted it. I knew it was gonna happen, but I couldn't predict. I dodged that, but I couldn't predict exactly when he was going to do it, so. Do it. And again, take him down pretty quickly because we have stamina to do so at the moment. And then we just need to hope that he drops 2 horns. And that should be 2 horns because of eggs. That means we have to finally go craft the True Greatsword of Time. Be nice. Let's go to Greatsword, and that should be 2 horns. Oh, we have another boss fruit. I'm like slowly collecting those, though, like, I should probably just keep finding them for a while, because I don't know how much more fruit I'm gonna need, or in veggies. Be nice. And I'm gonna want to make sure we have everything. Oh, let's get the charged attack one. Oh, I gotta unequip Greatsword. I do think we're going to use the charged attacks. Unequip the Mercenary, and then re-equip the Mercenary there, though.
Need something.
Give you a gift? Give you this right now.
Yeah.
I don't feel like figuring out what good thing to give you. Craft our Greatsword. Then after we craft the Greatsword, we can equip it on our companion. We don't need it for crafting in the future after that. Like that, we basically just gonna craft this pretty quickly because we don't need to do any more changes. Skill here to skip that the tapping one. I do think the tapping one will get easier, but I don't quite have enough XP to buy the right things to make it easier, so that'll happen eventually, but not at the moment. Light damage. Well, let's keep that for the moment. Not that big of a deal. Not exactly what I wanted, but I think it's fine. And now we can go level our Mercenary a little bit. The other thing I should do... Oh, we got a bunch of points for blacksmithing. Can I finally get it? That's what I wanted. Takes a lot of points to get there. And yeah, I mean, some of these painting ones are very expensive to get. We'll likely do these last, as these seem to be completely irrelevant. Unless maybe you're gonna craft, I guess, something to give as a gift to some random NPC in the game, and even then that might be relevant, because sometimes you need top quality gifts. So, if you need a top quality gift, none of that stuff even remotely matters. Well, we might be doing a lot of fishing so we can get down to one of the combat rooms, but also it doesn't particularly matter which room we do it in. As long as there's a bunch of enemies. Of course, what's going to be kind of rough in here is the fact that every enemy is going to be almost level, but as long as we can deal some damage to them, we will eventually chip them down. And then once we start leveling up more, we'll start dealing more damage, hopefully. And then we can kill them faster. But yeah, we are now in the we can level our character mode. And kind of level them pretty quickly by using this method, so... Because we'll level really quickly. At some point it will slow down, but we don't have to worry about that slowing down until we get it. I guess we should use the RB to get our damage up. Where's that put us? Kinda low, but we can maybe fix that by investing into our charged Y attack a bit. And we can use Meteorite Crash. And I mean, the other way to get more damage is, of course, to keep buying all the damage skill points there, so. We'll keep getting more damage as we level. Kind of have to level a bunch in order to get those. I think we'll go down that way. I don't know how much that's going to cost, but I would like to see it, so we'll go way down over there. We're also going to grab that because prerequisites to make it up here. Grab the crit rate, like the C crit rate, and I think we'll save our points up for that, and then once we get that, we may look at other things. Yeah, I don't know. We might see a pretty substantial buff from hitting max tier on charged Y attack. We might not. We do in some cases see substantial buffs on them. Other cases, there's not that significant of a buff. But mostly because like Paladin's buff is like a self-heal. It's not like crazy damage. Although I'm pretty sure that self-heal is still going to be pretty useful. But so far the charged Y attack has basically been the way to go on almost every class, so likely we're going to want to max that out. And if it's not the way to go for Paladin, we will eventually max Mercenary will max the other thing out. But the lower priority at the moment. We also will need a lot of points in order to get the hero rank upgrade. Preferably before we have to make it all the way up to level 90. Just because should we use a useful basically for every class. Got a nice excellent break there. Oh, might as well just break all of these. The more mining XP I get, the better. I'll reach that rank 95. You're very unlikely to finish this whole Berserker up for us to just kind of try to XP grind our combat class we're going through here. Are we even gonna break this? Hope so. Looks very unlikely. I don't know. I didn't pay attention to how much stamina I had started here, so that might be an issue. Probably break this is close to it. LP plus Y. I don't even got the excellent. But we don't want to do that yet. Just easy. We can mine that. Didn't need more than one. That was surprising. Normally you need more than one. Paladin just hardly has any SP then. Or not Paladin, Mercenary. I want to craft some more of those at some point. That's good. Go move into here. I'm actually surprised we didn't get that. It's fine. More mining XP. And very soon we'll be able to level our Archway back up to max. Then it'll just be us trying to buy more melee damage. And I don't really want to have to use our melee potions or anything on this, although honestly, I kind of tempting because I don't feel like we're doing that much damage. I feel like we should be able to do also 58, so it kind of makes sense for we're not doing damage. And a lot of these levels at the moment are very quick level. We still have points. We're gonna be there or not? We're not quite there yet. So we'll definitely be there before we go out of this floor. And then the rest of the points are probably going to go into cheaper upgrades so we can maximize getting that hero rank upgrade without having to level all the way up to that max level. Let's just say time-wise, we're actually doing pretty good for the stream because I was thinking it was going to take a lot longer to get some of these things, and it really hasn't taken that long. But also, I don't see us going all the way up to level like 90 something that I went with the Hunter because we're taking a slightly different approach than the Hunter. But Hunter is kind of just max everything because Hunter is that broken. Meanwhile, with this character, it's more of a let's just try a bunch of everything out and see if we find something we like. 300,000 XP. I think these are hardly going to give anything compared to the other things. The Copper just is not as good of a... Or I guess it's not that late game of a hideout resource, so it's a lot weaker, so I think the XP output will be worse. Yeah, it's like 150,000. This gold over here is probably going to be kind of bad in comparison. Although, very close to rank 95, which you see.
Let's do this.
Yeah, a lot of like game leveling seems to be just run high level treasure groves, maybe run them solo so you can guarantee maximized XP output from everything. Although I think you can choose better companions, but also it's a little riskier if you run the mining companion, but there is the one mining companion that does stop the resource nodes from regenerating. So that one's probably worth equipping even if it makes it a little harder to guarantee max tier everything. It should just mean that mining is a little faster, and that also applies if you're trying to level woodcutting one that does that. Just because when those things quit regenerating, it should make it take a couple hits less. Alright, so we get the Dragon Claw, 3, we get more crit rate while we're at it in here. And that's more crit rate. And then we get some damage, this basic defenses that I think for the most part we just end up outscaling eventually. I would like this, but that's a lower priority. I think the goal at this point is to buy all the cheap upgrades, and then we can think about the more expensive ones later. Get a little closer. Get this way. But yeah, the charged attack, we always want these big charged attacks to happen as fast as possible, so likely we'll try to push into that earlier. Definitely say so far, I mean, it's not bad, but I do think we've seen some of these charged attacks that have bigger impact, or for being fully upgraded. And then again, oh wait, I'm not using everything. I keep forgetting to do this because I don't know how big of a damage buff it is, but it's like, you should be using it because it's a damage buff. Get that. Leveling up pretty decently quick. What else do we have going on? A monster room of some sort. Maybe we will just buy those two because I want faster charge rate. And I know this is supposed to be the slower attacking class, but 10% charge rate reduction is really nice, so go for that. And I mean, already we're watching this going to be slower because I do have extra charge rate reduction coming from other places. You don't have certain classes at hero rank with their hero buff. Will has to be in the same situation. Or in a situation where your stuff just charges as fast as mine. Just has so much health, though. Our damage should slowly start to go up here. Especially as we get into the later stage stuff. Oh, we just died. Might as well just use one of these. Doesn't really matter. I can buy more of them really quickly if we wanted to. Rank 65, and then I think once we get into level 70, things. It's just the one thing to be aware of is levels will start to really slow down later on. Although you do gain more upgrade points per level later on, but things slow down. And the 90s things are really slow unless you're like on Hunter and you can got everything, and then it doesn't feel slow because you feel everything so quickly. Yeah, I think we'll grab that, just grab both of those. because these are percent buffs, they are going to be pretty big impacts. The non-percent ones, yes, they will help. They're just not as crazy. Yes. Do a farming. Farming is so far behind everything else. Oh, nice. We have some random rocks in here. I'd like to see that. Especially kind of trying to bit of stuff. But yeah, the big thing we're trying to do here is to just see how much damage we can get Mercenary to output. Especially because later on we'll be looking into breaking that training dummy with Mercenary, so I kind of have a feel for how to deal damage on Mercenary. It's always a good thing. So close to.
I'm glad that's over.
Or let's see.
Let's do this.
Get to level 95 here though off this plaza. Like, silver is very much under-leveled. But because it's level 92, it's gonna give us a bunch of stuff.
Now things are getting
I
exciting.
think we can do one more charge. If we charge Y attack. Maximize XP output, 300,000 XP. Surprised that didn't level me up. Either way, this iron ore. Do it, and we'll get that gold one after we kill the rest of the enemies. Or we might actually do that, but then depending on where our stamina is, that one's gonna take a lot of stamina. And I want to be maximized for this.
I'll support you all the way.
Just do a lot of smaller hits here. And ensure that it's low enough. I do that. And nice, we're at 95 now. We need to go around the other way at some. Go over there quickly. Look at our mining. Where can I put this? Special charge rate, crit damage, crit rate. Honestly, it might be worth just holding onto these. Let's get speed charge. Get our
Now things are
special skill up faster. So, it is the charge it. Is it actually 2 of these per LB by now? Kinda crazy. Be just shy of that being holiday? Yes, we are. We need a tiny bit more special skills further from somewhere.
now things are getting exciting.
And maybe we can make it happen. Not entirely sure where that would come from though.
Can you handle this?
Although, check what was fishing. Oh yeah, so that's where that would come from. I need to level fishing up one more time, and then it will be 2 mines per break. So after this, we will absolutely start targeting those fishing nodes, then so we're fishing up a little bit. I mean, it'll take a while to get any levels on that, but if we do enough fishing nodes, we'll be able to ring that up. If we are slowly getting Mercenary done, despite Mercenary being slower than Hunter. And Mercenary is starting to really slow down now that we're getting closer to level 70. Like 70, I think, is one of the slowdown points, and 80 is like the next slowdown point. Kinda gotta play around this being for things to really start to slow down. Although there's these like B enemies that destroy no matter what. For them, that I'm surprised. Take out these bees. And there we go. We spend some skill points on Mercenary now. Search time. And then we will just immediately do that. We're not going to spend any of the points we have at the moment. And then after that, it's just going to be cheap stuff for a while. Yeah, things are going pretty good overall. Like that, finally in the Grand Harvest. And that one did Guardian. That will do the other one. Fine. Any extra farming levels is appreciated, especially because my harvest rate. Wonder if farming would be the play for ranking if your lives friendship really quickly. Test that out. Like a better spot to test that out too than here, because you can farm faster and in the Ginnermoski area farming. Farming is actually just funny. You spam your special move, it comes so easy. Done with all that. Go through here. Wait, I missed a spot. Guess we'll go backtrack for a little bit. From in here, I guess we have a lot of rooms to go check out, so we'll probably check all of them out just for extra Mercenary level. Mercenary's starting to get kitted out. The faster we level some of these things, the better Mercenary should feel. Charged attack damage. Feel good, extra. Yeah, the charge rate that we just got should be very useful, and then at some point here we'll just start pumping the raw damage stats, so those buffs should apply to any of those extra damage buffs we get. Damage will start continuing to go up. I don't think this is going to get as crazy as the Hunter is, but it should still be pretty decent. The Hunter might be overtuned a little, so we'll see if that changed at all at some point. White Runner out of here. Oh wait, did we just get them out? Oh, we did. You can get that mount in Ginnermoski apparently. Good night, Ginnermoski, the Treasure Grove. I think this is the only mount I'm missing now. That's cool. Oh yeah, there's the horse mount and the flying machine, but like the only one that's from an enemy drop is the King Wooly, or the... It might be King Wooly, I don't think it's the legendary Don Wooly though. But yeah, I'm surprised I got that mount. I wonder if they'll add another one at some point for the Umbral Runner. But very likely I'll end up with all the mounts pretty soon here. To figure out what Wooly I need to kill for that one mount, and I'll end up with that. And then I guess the Flying Machine, I have no clue when that'll happen, but the other two are fairly likely, although I'm surprised I haven't seen that other horse. Unless I've been looking in the wrong spot, which is possible.
Let's do this. Now things are getting exciting.
I also kind of doubt I've been looking in the wrong spot, so I don't know. I also don't really care if I don't get that horse. Just kind of a horse. Surprised we didn't get the Eternian fruit sooner than this either, just because normally you get the Eternian fruit pretty quickly. And with that, now we just go kill the white runners. Like go randomly kill the King Wooly and see if that drops, or I should probably just go for that one drops. It's probably out there somewhere. No, I am surprised Don has not sold that one horse I'm missing. I did get another horse from him, but I haven't seen that one. White Runner, how did you randomly decide to become immune there despite... like, literally not really being that far away from your initial spot? Somehow we actually still haven't done the farming objective. By going in most of these rooms, I didn't actually think I was going to end up having to go into all rooms. Oh no, we got murdered. Can somebody rescue us? There we go. Back up. Go see if we have skill points we can spend. Oh, I can get this, and now how many points per level we get does not matter as much, as we probably won't be getting that upgrade, and most of the rest of these upgrades we're just going to go for whatever's cheapest. But I did want to maximize our damage output just because it should result in us killing things faster, and therefore leveling a little bit faster. Farming is so sluggish. I have no clue how you really go about leveling farming from 80 onwards, I guess. Unless it really just is just farming the legendary spuds until you get the areas to rank 6 and then you farm them at level 90. Be like the only thought I have for quick farming leveling. I wouldn't mind stuff farming so much if this was a little faster, and I know the only way to make this faster is by leveling farming. The issue is deciding to level farming because I don't like that this takes so long, so I just end up avoiding farming. So I don't mind doing the farming in the base because, unlike this, is pretty reasonable. So, finally reached level 81 on farming. That gives enough points for literally anything, and the answer is no, I need one more level in farming before I can buy anything more. And it could actually be 2 more levels depending on how many points that gives me. I do really want to get the charged Y attack level here, as in the long run, that'll probably be the biggest impact. Back to the goddess statue. Inspiration, so we need blue brush. Energy powder could have been something more exciting, whatever. Only 4 over here. Things a little bit more annoying. Either way, we'll get through it though.
Let's do this.
Farming leveling does slowly pay off over time. Get that last one because we can. And at this point, we just run out of here, and we'll do the next floor, which I don't think I want to do a farming floor. I think we want to do some fishing floors so we can get our upgrades for the charge rates for the special skills on basically every single class. Not really sure tailor, artist, alchemist. I mean, alchemist has a pretty decent one, which gives you like a 50% chance to not use a potion when you use a potion, or at least not consume the potion. But the rest of them don't have these crazy broken skills that do insane amounts of stuff. The only reason that alchemist one is kind of good is because if you use an expensive potion, you might not actually use it. Meanwhile, your potion's really cheap, that doesn't matter a whole lot, it just decreases the frequency at which you might have to buy or craft new ones. And I have a tendency to not use potions at all, so that doesn't really end up helping me a whole lot. Although, I probably would use potions if the durations were substantially longer. Oh, we have 14 points. That's way more than I thought we were going to have after that. Just grab crit bait. Even if this is a more expensive one, we'll grab it just because 5% crit damage is pretty substantial. Could do HP, but I think we'll do some damage. We will probably have to do most of these damage ones anyways. Don't know how much. We'll grab all the, I guess, all the 3 points do because that's. I mean, it's not required, but it's kind of required for what we're trying to do, which is speedrun all the way up to the hero upgrade. And hopefully we can level fishing up at least once between all the fishing rooms. We might back out after this floor though, just set our timer. And yeah, at some point, fishing is another thing I need to level fishing. Leveling seems slow, but it's not as bad as farming slow, though farming could just be the lack of me actually doing boss enemies. And fishing, I think I don't do enough. As you can see, again, I don't know, and higher XP there even. But yeah, I don't know, it seems like leveling is the quickest when you're fighting a bunch of enemies. The quickest way to do that is to find a high-level monster house, preferably probably year 900 onwards. And then you just farm that monster house like crazy. Which, I'll probably try to find one of those at some point so I can max out the rest of my combat classes at some point. And maybe I'll look into maxing the no-life class. Oh no, we ran out of stamina. I do not have a way to get stamina back here.
Now things are getting exciting.
I guess we're gonna stop that and max out our stamina before trying that again.
Now things are getting
Yeah, that is the one downside when you don't run only crafting companions. You run out of stamina. But I don't want to run only crafting companions, because it doesn't get me anywhere at the moment. Okay, so that means over here, try to get this big fish out, and hopefully we actually land 32,000 on lucky. 28,000, it doesn't really do a whole lot of damage on. Or I need to level stuff to make it do damage. Probably more so what I need to do. Excellent. So, I mean, that's not bad XP wise, although what we're going to be doing on class is going to be faster for gaining XP.
Here we go.
Also might like the charged X attack once we max that out, but currently I would prefer to just spam the charged Y attack as it's better.
That wasn't so bad.
Not where we want to go yet, but at least we know where it is.
Got a sec?
Go down here, apply some more random fishy stuff. Just try to maximize our ability to do damage at the moment. I guess I need to always remember to use that RV. A lot of times you don't have to use the RV, but I think on Mercenary you really do want to use that RV. It is just a damage increase.
Glad that's over.
Stamina. Really quick. Mercenary. Gonna get this big fish. There's a lot of fishers. Fish in the same pond. That's crazy.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
But yeah, the big thing is just to eventually max fishing a little bit more. I think I need to probably either get fishing to 84 or 85 to get what I want, which definitely should happen in this treasure grove. That was awful catch there. The XP's not bad, that catch could have been better.
Now things are getting exciting.
But yeah, based on how fishing feels, I just feel like the XP gain rate should be a lot higher than that.
Now things are getting exciting. I'll support you all the way.
It just seems lower than it should be.
Let's do this. Now things are getting exciting.
I don't know, hopefully we can get the LB plus fly and pull it. I think fishing would be doing a little better but slightly higher levels. The white clothes, I didn't pay enough attention to the beginning of that. The only one with white in it, oh nice, 2 of those, always useful.
We did it!
We are max stamina now, so we can get our last fish.
Let's do this!
Catch this guy.
I'll support you all the way!
And then this. And with a big LP plus Y. Nice, we did get the excellent there. But yeah, like the reason I want to get the excellent, it is a lot better XP gains. We're about halfway to the next level, so if we do a couple more rooms, we should level up fishing at least. Fairly possible. I mean, probably not going to do it all on stream here, but doing the whole entire one, you're probably level it up twice. Although maybe we'll try doing it all. I don't know. Kind of tempted too, although at the timer
Time to end this!
all the enemies in this room. Because I really want to make sure we have enough time to do whatever we're doing. And like 100% it, because we want to fight all the enemies in there to keep leveling Mercenary so we can eventually get the hero upgrade for Mercenary, and we simultaneously want the hero upgrade for fishing. And then I also would not mind leveling woodcutting, mining, probably the farming. I should level farming, but I don't know. Farming seems kind of boring to me. That's probably just mostly that farming has like no sweet spot when you're doing just the normal farming nodes.
I'll support you all the way!
Then again, I mean, once you find the sweet spot, there's not a whole lot going on, but I feel like farming progress is not happening. Compared to everything else where, I mean, doing this, I don't feel like I'm making a whole lot of progress, but I feel like I'm making more progress.
Now things are getting exciting! I'll support you all the way!
And let's hit that with the big hit. That's not a whole lot of progress anymore, but we're also getting so close with mining now.
I'll support you all
Not that far away from maxing mining, and mining's rate of dealing damage is increasingly feeling better and better and better over time.
Let's do this!
Though there is still ways to get slightly more damage out of certain things with mining.
Let's do this!
Get the, I think, crit rate a little higher yet. And we get more SP, which
I'll support you all
I
the
think
way!
generally doesn't matter, but will help in the long run for any of the bosses.
Now things are getting exciting!
There's also a lot of very obvious boss objectives for mining.
Now things are getting exciting!
We're slowly getting that up. Not like gonna happen immediately or anything, but
Let's do this!
it's still happening.
Can you handle it?
Yeah, we're all done with that one, and I think that's every room on here. So what we will do is we will just give up so we can not run out of time on the next floor. I think it's unlikely we would, but I don't want to risk it, so I'm gonna back out. I will say, if you are going for Treasure Grove completion, you would be completing this a lot faster than what I'm doing. and kind of expensive. Yes, grab some HP. Cost that also costs 3. I have no clue what that one's gonna cost. That one's probably a bit more. Positive thing is there's like nothing there that's truly locked. Let's grab this one just because it is in the way of progressing down to the boss. Won't be doing the boss here, but
Okay, ready to rumble.
kind of do want to work down there because it's the year 900 one is kind of slower than the other ones.
Glad that's over.
This big meteor crash. We have more weedlings over here. These weedlings out slowly. We have another reddish up here. And we'll use our big meteor crash. I think they're close enough. They'll all take damage from it. I guess one of them somehow avoided the whole thing. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to go all the way up to like rank 80, I think, to get the hero point or upgrade. Fine, but would be nice if we didn't have to go that far. Grab this one. I mean, we're gonna grab it either way here, but I want to see how much it costs. Like 5. Likely grab that when we end up coming back in here. See if there's anything cheaper up there. I guess we'll start stacking in the defense stuff. Like, all of these are really cheap upgrades. I just don't like getting them because I don't want to invest into defense, but I have to get the cheapest upgrades. We can get that hero upgrade at the top. Actual goals down here, nice. And now we'll just try to get this one out. I do wonder if there's enough fish on here that can fall all the way up to 84. We'll try to find all the fish, get all the fish. Also entirely possible the 2 fish we see on the map right now are the only 2 fish in the entire floor. It'd be annoying, but not an impossibility because those things do happen. I need to start using the LP for supply because very clearly what I need to be doing to maximize our likelihood of actually pulling this fish out of the water. We're definitely gonna pull it, it's just we could have probably done better. Well, 300,000, of course that's the Eternian fruit right away. So we'll fight the Radishy, but I will not be using any charged attacks, I guess, because we're... I don't know. So hard to actually decide to fight these guys with the charged attacks. Just do so little damage. Teammates actually do all the damage. Which they could do all the damage, it's just very slow at deciding to do those big massive hits. Thank you for the fire attack, teammate. Yes. For all of these guys in hopes. Last levels up. Or I guess we could just start using stamina potions. It's not really that big of a deal. I just don't know. I have to go craft a bunch of those at some point.
I'm glad that's over.
funny that I might actually get my companions all the way to max level before that. Well, I don't know. I guess likely the affinity will hit them before they hit max level, but it could go either way. Now we get this fish out. Definitely getting close on that angler rank up. Definitely happen in the next room if it doesn't happen here.
Let's do this. Now things are getting exciting. Now things are getting exciting.
And we're just gonna hit the alpha by here. Not even an excellent. Need to figure out how to get more damage out of fishing. And then we'll go back to stuff. Going to do this. There we go. All done. I should have put the game title on the stream sooner, but I didn't. It'll be there now. Wow, this is like a very tiny area. Get hardly anything out of it because of that. We also did this fishing floor because it could just be out of the way.
Yay! We did it! Alright, let's do this. Time to end it! My magic, I'll protect
Yeah, definitely kind of glad that this is Wings Bob Tuna because then I finally have all the resources of the encyclopedia when I get to this for a video. I've kind of been recording a bunch of stuff tomorrow for videos.
Time to end it! I really gave it my all, you know.
Done with that. Go spend our skill point on something. I'm surprised it's not even enough to do an upgrade down there for hero rank. We have 45. Of course, most of these we can do now. Get that 50 mark, but I think we can get the rest of the upgrades available. Get that 50 mark.
I'll support you all the way.
But yeah, leveling up these classes definitely slows down later on.
All the way. All the way.
We got the cactus fish, is 220,000 XP. I gotta figure out a better way to like XP farm not being on combat life. Well, I think you could technically join multiplayer lobbies and have other people do it. I just don't know. That is like kind of disrespectful to do that. So maybe I could figure out a different way to get more XP out of fishing. Up early, if we even get it there. 300,000. I'm surprised there's so few things the game actually wants us to do relating to fishing in these. Like all down to do an absurd amount of stuff. want us to have to do much things that's very challenging at all. So once we get Mercenary to Hero, I think should be a little bit better with being SP. Get some nice mining XPMs. He's out of SP now. RB. We have enough for this. I didn't actually do that. Let's see. This could fill us up. Didn't fill stuff all up. We were fine on this. Got a bunch of SP subs. Alright. Just pseudo oaks hardly take any damage. Maybe they're just weak to magic. Not on magic, so they like hardly take anything. So your teammates just have big cool super moves. Looks like we need to go around to the left over here. Getting Mercenary up to level 7. Like we need to take Mercenary all the way up to like 80 something before we get the damage we're looking for. I guess it's not the damage, but it's the points needed for thinking. And then if we get fishing level up, this class will get kind of funny. Should only be 2 Y attacks per LP. That potion.
Let's do this.
Do what we have to do. And then hopefully we can get our fishing level up here. Happen pretty quickly. Finding those high level things getting better and better and better again. And it should only keep getting better. Although, I'm not really sure we're going to get more skill points out of that, so mining might basically be maxed here. So we can do woodcutting and these things, or we can just kind of go over here and eventually get to fishing. Let's just do one of these fishing rooms. And I gotta catch all the fish. Mining or fishing or farming in here. Likely also only stream for an hour, so hopefully we make it all the way up high enough on Mercenary, although I feel like things are kind of slowing down, but that might be because we're kind of just leveling everything we can level. Get 2 upgrades here, which we're going to get both of these as we can. That should get rid of all of the 3-point upgrades. Now at this point we'll get that HP. And then I think if we're optimizing points, I guess we get the dark damage and the water damage. And then we should be able to go up. Nope, I feel like one of the levels might still only give 3 points. Kind of isn't right, but I have to deal with that if how that is. Okay. Teammate, res me. Get a wolf halfway to do that. 100,000 XP, that's always good. The thing is, I think we're starting to take millions of XP per level. That used to be impressive. But I think it's close to 4 to 5 million XP per level, so not that crazy anymore. That is the exit. Worry about doing farming some other time. Prices good stuff over. Basically slowly getting to the point where unless somebody has like level requirements for the no life boss, I'll basically do that. Although fishing and farming are kind of behind if somebody wants a level 90 fishing or fisher or farmer. Not that you really need that for thing. You have like 2 people who are relatively high level. Geared out. Don't mind out pretty quickly here. And I'm surprised we're actually getting so much progress on mining. Again, mining is kind of probably my most used resource gathering class. Wood cutting is definitely number 2. Then, at this point, just trying to work on fishing. Which, again, it's like probably all these classes would feel, the ones I don't use, feel better if I level. Mining feels amazing at level 95. Get over. Nice. Get mining to level 96 shortly here. Although that might not happen in the live stream. It's still gonna happen relatively quickly. And, I mean, we're only working on making things even easier by doing that fishing thing. I probably should have already done, but I didn't, so... Okay. And we will try to get the rest of the classes up to here very shortly here. Although whether or not we do the hero upgrades on all those classes is a different situation. But I think because the crafting lines get really easy to do that on. The only one I potentially see issues with is Spark. It's like with Alchemist, you could just spend Redux to keep crafting that flask over. Or I guess with the opposite, the artist, but recraft your flask over. And artist, I don't know if that has anything does, then get a way to get a bunch of XP. Otherwise, you might just be stuck crafting something that is resource effective, that has a high crafting skill. Just right and done. Get out of here. Give us more mercenary XP. Go. Points do we have after that? Okay, so that was 3 points, so we literally can't do anything off of that. Oh no, we don't want to fish yet. We need to get our stamina back. That chest. And 5 free text shots. That's nice. That's a full recraft. Very close to getting these fish out. The other one in here, then we gotta go figure out where the other 2 fish are. Why did I check across? You never want to check across when fishing, because that sweet spot will never be across unless it's the bad spot. I think we do a charged A here. Hopefully we don't need to get out, and then we do LP plus A. Nice, excellent catch. We didn't pick up the other drop. Let's grab that. Close to ranking up fishing. And hopefully I get enough points that I can buy the hero upgrade off of that. Isn't like a 3 point at level 80, 3 to 4, it might be. Nice, not sweet spot. Might be a bad idea. Let that go out a little. That and help. Bye. Bishop, good. Hardly any XP. Need fish that are going to give us better XP gains. Like we've... What's this? Or I guess no, we have to go here and then across the other one. Grab whatever that is. Yeah, fishing should go to level 80 quickly here. Or just go down so we can get all your XP. Need to get to level 78. I think we're gonna have to go all the way to level 84 to get what we're going for. I'm not gonna go that high, but this. Use our basic attacks for a while on these guys. Player companions get a big hit in it. Pick that one down. Our enemies over there, that's fine, so we should get to level 78. Pushing them in further and further. Probably shouldn't keep going. Get all like the aggro. I'm doing all that. this on you. I like that star rain that my team is doing. They kind of got actually quite a few attacks that seem to be. A couple of them I think we can get better gear on. Okay, let's go get our skill points because we actually be able to get. Although nothing's too crazy, we only have 8. Very tempted to just do those, but it's not going to maximize our points at the moment. The HP, look at this one. I don't know if we'll buy that one.
Glad that's over.
And then, once we buy that, confirm that that is an SP reduction, and then hopefully save up and get it. That one's not like Paladin, where I think we got it, but Paladin probably could have just skipped if we really wanted to. Paladin wasn't that crazy.
Let's do this.
Hopefully, it'd be excellent. 107,000, not that crazy. I think the excellent would have been better. 97 fish. Oh, actually, let's not try catching that before pushing our stamina. Fish come back.
I'll support you all the way.
Hopefully, this is enough to rank us up. If not, we'll do another fishing room after this. There's one available, and I don't have to clear a stage for it. Y attack. Easy LB plus 5 because we have it up and we'll get it up again pretty quickly here. Yeah, this one's also basically its hero point, or yeah, unlock away from double Y, LB plus Y, double Y, LB plus Y, double Y, Y for like a very efficient resource gaining combat. Down on that. Yeah, second. Hopefully that pulls it up. No, it wasn't. Really might need to get that fishing companion out at some point here that stops it from regenerating. And then we'll go into the next room and not gonna grab that fishing companion here because we'll level it up here. But definitely be worth grabbing at some point here. And hopefully get to rank 79 or then at some point here with Mercenary, I'll go back to stage maxing. I wouldn't mind already doing, but I want to get the hero upgrade more than I want to damage max them. Especially because, I mean, outside of this stream, I don't know how much we're going to use Mercenary, because Hunter is so ridiculous that Mercenary may be the only, may not come out very often. Like, even Magician, after I went back to Magician, was feeling really bad after using Hunter for a while. I honestly would not be surprised if Hunter gets nerfed in the future. Although it's also kind of one of those things where they might not want to touch it because player feedback would be mostly negative if they do that. I think probably the better way to handle it would be to buff the other ones. And then I guess if they do, when they do the DLC, just make enemies stronger. So then, basically, it puts all of them on a equal playing field, and then the enemies get harder, so even if it's buffed, hopefully it doesn't matter. I don't actually break this. That was very close. I think you like how much progress I just make on mining. The mining is absolutely going to be the first gathering class I get to rank 100. And then likely woodcutting will be the second one, although that could change it.
I'm glad that's over. Let's do this.
The other thing is, I think a lot of the mining upgrades I've given left aren't that impactful. Mining isn't really that crazy, I might as well just do it. Because you can do most of these things anyways eventually. Kind of from just playing. And also depending on what they bring for DLC, we might want mining maxed. We have the big, probably a dark fish there, because that's what they look like new. Absolutely do that one next. Hopefully that's definitely up. Before we even try something like that, let's go make sure we're maxed down, grab the chest. Awesome. Dragon tree wings, always. Ever not like those? Although there's some like salt and stones and stuff I wouldn't mind, or would like even more at the moment. Have to farm the Heart of Darkness like crazy. That's likely what the next stream's gonna be. Got the excellent catch, dark fish. And we leveled up fishing. Hopefully that was enough points. Oh, that was like horrible. Oh, looks like we got all the fishing one more time. 85 it is. Again, I could probably respec fishing and do it faster, but doing that. Eventually get fishing to rank 85 and then happen. So it's probably like 20 more high level fish and it'll happen. We might get a portion of that done here. Depends on how many random enemies we have to fight, or how much random stuff we get sidetracked on, because we're not really trying to rush this at the moment, we're mostly just trying to get XP. And there may be better ways of doing this in Gina Rosia, but I do not want to set that up if it's even really how that works at the moment. Let's me level multiple things at once doing what we're doing right now, so stick with this. Even if there is more efficient methods for specifically leveling one thing, because like, probably if we wanted mining, we'd just go to like on a waste by the Golem Stone, then fly to the next area with a high level rock. Might not. Fly to the next area with a high level rock. Might not.
Got a sec?
And if you want fishing, it probably works somewhat similarly. I think farming's the only one where I really don't know what you do for leveling.
Take that! Ha! Take that! Good. All right.
And then combat, it seems like going in here is probably the best way. Unless you can find a large amount of level 90 enemies somewhere else.
See if you can handle it. I really gave it my all, you know?
So we can get our next point, which will be water damage. And then our final point will be wind damage, and then we can buy the next one, hopefully. Probably gonna have to go well into the 80s for that.
Now things are getting exciting.
I actually checked to see if I even actually did that on Paladin. Or if I just unlocked the upgrade and then never bought it. Again, I don't feel so bad about the Paladin one, because the Paladin one wasn't kind of disappointing. Did I buy the Paladin? Yes we did. So we did all the effort to get Paladin, so it is really just... Mercenary seems really slow, though I think I spent more points in an area I may not have on Paladin. But I think it was worth it, so I guess we'll just be taking Mercenary. Or... Just like fishing's gonna be slower because I need to level up fishing a couple more times. And I know why fishing's slower, because I could have gotten the upgrade, but I decided to go with the charged Y to level 3, and that's why farming is so weird, because I hardly invested into charged Y, but I got the upgrade.
Now things are getting exciting.
And fishing will eventually get that hero upgrade, it's just a little slower than I was originally hoping. Got all the way up to 85 instead of 80. Nice amount of XP. We may already have the... Oh, we don't have the exit reveal. This is simply just the exit in another room with a bunch of fish. I'll be happy. It's a tree room. We'll grab the goddess statue, but we aren't gonna mind the trees. I don't feel like it. Moment. White club.
Here we go. On my dummy. Can you handle this?
Chameleons.
I'm glad that's over.
And again, I think the next floor we're going to be doing is a woodcutting floor, so...
Can you handle this?
Yeah.
That wasn't so bad.
Getting there. We rank 80 soon. Leveling will just start slowing down like crazy because that's what happens when you get to rank 80. So many more fishing nodes on here. But I think we're gonna do this one. Then we'll work further down. Saturnian fruit floor. Baller out of here.
I'm glad that's over.
Basically want to prioritize killing as many enemies as possible in hopes that once we take them all out, we can go into the next thing. Leveling is a huge priority for what I'm doing.
It's just
Oh, we died.
oh, no.
Rescue me? I hope. Thank you, and hopefully we can take out these sharks before getting immediately one-shot again. Nice. I know, we gotta get this last shark out. Nice, so we got all the sharks out.
All you know.
Slowly creeping up on that rank 80. Feels so far away still. I know we go hit some trees and the point we're at, and then at rank 80.
Let's do this.
Likely we'll have to rank up a couple more times so we can get the upgrade. Yeah. Woodcutting is kind of behind mining pretty substantially at this point, but I don't mind. Get woodcutting caught up eventually. Might max mining first. I think just more mining nodes in the game than there is woodcutting nodes. Woodcutting gets behind, and then a lot of fishing, but fishing is all behind the treasure grove, so that's why it falls behind, and that farming kind of falls behind. It hardly actually makes you do it unless you want it into new farming. Failed the excellent there. We'll find our way out of here eventually. These have a bunch of enemies there. We have some fish over here. We'll do that. We hopefully get to rank 80. Nice, we're finally rank 80. Decent with skill points to spend, although it's only really going to get us one skill. That one skill, we need 10 points. Get that, and then we'll have to level a couple times after that, so we'll need to be like probably 85. Kind of rough. That might not happen here. So we'll at least see what it is, and I might have to go take up the rest of the way on my own for tomorrow live stream. Yeah, things are definitely slowing down. Gonna fail. Damn it. Go to the other fish. We'll put that over here.
Let's do this. I'll support you all the way.
fish up, and then we'll move on to the next thing. I will rip it out. Cactus fish. Definitely making it there. Just very slow progress. This one should give us decent XP if we pull it up correctly.
Let's do this. Now things are getting exciting.
Big fish. Gotta pull you up so you give us XP. Oh no. Not gonna be able to pull this fish out. Spam that. And at some point here we'll gain enough stamina back to make this happen. Have enough stamina. I guess we'll just gives us tail, balls, secret text. Likely that'll let us do it.
Let's do this. Now things are getting exciting.
Definitely need to come up with a way to level fishing faster. So a chunk of these leveling them faster may just happen with
Let's do this.
the hero upgrade with fish on. Hi, please be an excellent. Aw. I don't really know how to get that any higher at the moment without putting more points into other areas. I don't really want to do at the moment. Would be, I guess, how that works. I could respec fishing, that might fix the issue. Alright, respec fishing, then I might be able to get more out of it. What we're currently getting. Okay, we can go back to fighting random enemies in here. Wow, we destroyed that guy. Definitely starting to see that big damage kick in. Maybe Mercenary does get similar damage to Hunter. We just need to invest more into certain things, which we won't be doing till later on. I'm definitely at this point. I think I'm invested to go Hunter or Mercenary all the way to 99. 100. It's not gonna happen today, but eventually we'll make that happen. I think there's the damage. I think the damage is probably there to make it stupid. Uh-oh, let's keep trying to pull up this small fish. increasingly done with anglering. Okay, that feels so bad. Damage we're doing.
Got a sec?
We do this one, back out. But find some interesting. Probably fairly unlikely.
Got a sec?
And we'll give up. But yeah, I think the big way to do fishing probably to invest more into the stat itself than I've currently done with points. And then for... Yeah, because there's like a lot of nodes on here. Oh, that would be a huge one. I gotta put a little fishing more effectively. Messed up on like so much of this stuff. I think those are all dead. Oh well. Guess we go back in one last time, and then I'll probably end the stream after this next one. So I guess before that, let's go open our mystery crates in case we get the flying machine. And then we'll absolutely stop up for buying these pretty much ever. Please give me it. Basically a bunch of nothing. In here, exactly. Looks for your Islander buddies. Already collected all items instead. I will eventually get around to that. We might actually buy some of them here because I can't get the rest of these, and we got like 3 of them. Buy these and see what we get. Interesting.
Need something, eh? Come back soon.
How does that work? Not that we have makeovers for any of these. Go look at one that we did get a makeover for, at least that I remember. Definitely want to do that at some point here. We're just open a bunch of those now that I know what that is. But, of course, a lower priority one because...
Captain Mustang, reporting for duty.
What do we make you for? Outfits? Got... Axe, so we changed like everybody have port? Diesel's max, max. That means we actually need to start switching companions out. I checked this, we didn't.
Sleeping? I'd never.
Ready for some adventure?
basically you do need to eventually max all of them. 28 out of 50. And that's the one that's going to take forever. And then the Dosh and Gallery I don't think is that big of a deal. I think that's just me actually playing Artist and doing stuff. But overall I've made a lot of progress towards it so far. That is kind of just the halfway for the halfway mark. And pretty soon we'll be farther over. You can do that. Doesn't matter. We equip you. She's kind of annoying, but we'll eventually do that. A bit easier to find. Improve these at if I improve them, then eventually they will be easier to manage. Or, I guess they won't be easier to manage. Better. Better one. And we'll just go back down 900 years. At this point, do this one just because it takes us farther down. And it also unlocks like a monster room, which should be good for leveling Mercenary a little bit further. And our companions, some of them are level like crazy now. But he's already level 7. Definitely have some pretty cool moves. Be a very long time to get all the companions to level, or to max friendship. We're definitely getting over that happen. 30 is keep away. Very close to 30. Be at 31 after that. And then there's 20 more companions. And then the other thing with doing that is it'll make switching between companions better because they'll all set up. Although by that point there may not be use for them until they really drop some sort of expansion. Give us more stuff to utilize companions with by that point. My current armor set is most definitely going to go on a companion. We will be replacing that probably in the next live stream.
Keep it up. I'm going to like it.
And that should just be fun to replace.
Believe in yourself and forge ahead. Believe in yourself and forge ahead.
Close to 96, we're going to do it here probably. Or maybe after the next one. Oh, this isn't even a mining floor, but we're just gonna do it because
Keep it
get in
up.
there.
I'm going to lie down.
Like, insanely quick leveling. Mining still.
I'll be watching over you. I'll be watching over you.
Bedrock Blast.
I'll be watching over you.
Slowly getting that up there.
I'll be watching over you.
Couple more keys, and then
I'll be watching over
yeah,
you.
I'll be. And finally level 96. I actually do want to look at how much XP does that take you to go next one? Around 4 million. Might just cap out at 4. Get another point somewhere. 20. Well, let's just get the double crit damage ones. At some point we'll get that last 5% rate, and then we'll probably end it on the sweet spot expander. Especially because, I mean, the sweet spot expander is not a bad upgrade, it's just not gonna improve your average DPS by anything,
Keep it
really.
up. I'm going to lie
It'll just make it faster to find the sweet spot so you get higher damage faster. I won't compare with that.
down. Keep it
Finding
up.
more setting.
I'm going to lie down.
So fishing, I'd still go for that. That up, whatever.
I'll be watching over you. Keep it up. I'm going to
Definitely some more stuff to put in good cutting just to maximize damage here.
keep it up.
I think I'm steadily hitting the cap for how much damage you can actually do on wood cutting.
I'll be watching over you.
So we got the
Don't
Eternian
think I'll
Fruit.
go easy on you.
That's no damage bump. I'll just get insta right here. Weak. Damage bump in on that one. Okay, yeah, damage bump. Damage.
Take this.
It's just gonna take another third amount of damage.
Ha.
Help this guy. I like the ult that it didn't knock back the enemy. Better, probably.
That takes care of that.
Grab the yellow. Two mini bombs that we'll probably never use.
Don't think I'll go easy on you. Ha.
I bet they're regretting
This big church attack rock.
Take this.
There!
Very quickly approaching the 80s. That sweet spot to get. The upgrades we're looking. They'll probably have to get to 85 or 6. Very short. Now we can finally properly level. Like I said, make sure we don't accidentally kill whatever. Yeah, this is just to defeat all monsters. We're not gonna accidentally kill them. So we gotta keep an eye on that and make sure that doesn't change.
This. Ha. That takes care of that. Back to work.
If I try to farm this until I accidentally do it. If I ever actually accident, that might never happen.
Hopefully my skills were of service.
Reached 80. And it does let us confirm that this is a 5% SP reduction. Yes. So that is a very useful. And also, the Mercenary class would definitely like the reduction.
Work already?
But so would like the Wizard, Hunter, and almost all of the Gathering lives.
Take this.
Not all together.
Hopefully my skills were of
Basically,
service.
all of them would benefit from it. We need to be careful in the next room and make sure we don't accidentally destroy every single enemy, because I think the rest of them are located in here.
Don't think I'll go easy.
So if we accidentally do this floor, not the end of the world, because there's another one not that far away.
Take this.
Probably end the stream here and then level this
Don't think I'll go easy.
camera once we're done this cycle. I will kind of need to rotate to a different one. But again, maybe I won't do the leveling because speedrun to the end of this video and then basically do some leveling while farming out stuff. So yeah, I guess we will finish this floor and then I will here after we finish up. I'll eventually get that hero rank thing from Mercenary, it just might take a little longer. I'm not gonna, I guess, try rushing it too much here.
Losing is not enough.
Despite it being one of those really good upgrades, I do care, I think, a little bit more about the fishing one.
Allow me to.
But that will happen eventually.
Well, that wasn't so bad.
Nice, 100,000 XP out of like 4 million.
It's over.
That was all smooth sailing.
Got these last couple strategies, and we'll be done with them.
Well, that wasn't so bad. Hopefully my skills were of service. Unite the world as one. Take this. Hopefully my skills were
Go,
of service.
so now we just gotta find where the exit was. Yes, just the complete opposite sides, we'll just go rush over there. Leave. Oh wait, actually, we're gonna end things off here, so thank you for watching. I will be streaming again tomorrow night. We should do one of the Apocalypse sets. Not entirely sure which one I want to do at the moment. But we're going to try to make friends. We're either gonna do this set here, I think, But, or the one that's way down here, because there's like a magic-y themed one. I might do this one. Kind of see how things go. Either way, they basically both cost a bunch of like the salt and stones. Your monster pistol than the one I got today. I thought I should probably get another one of those. It's mostly these salt and stones are annoying. So many of them, they only drop in the Heart of Darkness, which is from the Fish Brook. I guess, speaking of the salt stuff, you could check who the merchant is. If the merchant's basically been in these two areas all day. I've been playing, so happens to be selling the salt and stone, we'll do that, and then the stream will stop after we check that. Down here. But we'll be going for those apocalypse things tomorrow. And if you've got salt and stone, the Heart of Darkness material right now will be better off for tomorrow. Not hopefully, I can find at least one Heart of Darkness during the day tomorrow before doing the stream. Because those armor sets are very, very have anything crazy. Titan's in Frost Farm. Might as well grab that. I don't really need it, but have anything. Okay, so we're ending the stream here. See you all tomorrow. Watching.